Jurors are entering.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone else may be seated. We are going to continue this morning with the video testimony of Fanae Brown. Defense, whenever you're ready, if you would please continue to play the video. Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Brown. I know we've met a couple times before. Again, my name is Jeff Marcus. And as I've always said to you, if you need a break and you want to stop, get a drink or something to eat, feel free to stop me for any reason. I'd be happy to accommodate you in any way we can.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I don't think I need to go back into how you met Linda Cruz. It was in New York, and you all came down to Florida, and it worked out that it was close to being around the same time, correct?
I came before her, yes.
Right. Was it just a few months before her?
No, it was a while before her.
Okay. Years or months?
I'm sorry?
Was it years you came down before her, or just a few months?
No, it was like maybe 10 months.
Okay. So when they came down, the Roger and Linda Cruz, they first lived in Weston, correct?
When they came down to live here,
Yes.
they first lived in Weston.
Okay, so were they snowbirds and would come down to a place they had in Weston before they moved down for good?
Yes.
For several years, or?
Yes.
Okay, was that a place that they owned, or did they rent in Weston?
They owned.
Okay, and so they had this house built in Parkland, and do you recall the address being 6166 Northwest 80th Terrace?
Yep, that's the address.
Okay, and how would you describe this home?
I would describe the home as large, with a lot of land. I know there was over an acre. And it was a fairly large house. And let me think of some. I know that they extended the house after they originally built it to put a den on. And I believe it had, I want to say it had either 4 or 5 bedrooms.
Okay. And it had about 45, it had about 4,500 square feet.
Yes, about that.
Okay. And so everything was new. It was a brand new home when they first moved in, right?
Yeah, they bought the land first. They picked the lot, and then they built the house.
Okay. And did it have a pool?
Yes, it had a pool, a tremendous backyard, and screened-in patio.
A jacuzzi?
It was part of the pool.
Okay. Was there a wooden swing for the kids?
Yeah, they had a whole swing set with like a tree house attached to it, and swings and slide.
And was there a basketball court on the property too?
Yes, Roger had made a basketball court when they were building the house.
Okay.
And
go ahead. I'm sorry.
give me 1 second so I could just. 1 second, okay?
Yes.
Aiden, Nana has to call you back, all right? I'm in the middle of some. I'll call you back, sweetheart. All right? Bye. I have to answer those calls because my children get nervous if I don't answer the phone. So I apologize.
You don't have to apologize. That's a good policy. So the backyard was really big.
Yes,
correct?
the backyard was very big. It was fenced in all the way around. And it had a lot of grass. But yes, Roger had the basketball court built when they built the house.
We're going to show you a picture that I'll call State's Exhibit A. Ask you if you can identify this picture.
That's
Is that the house?
Yes.
Is that how it looked back during the time they lived there?
Yes.
Okay. So for the record, I would like to move this into evidence. I don't know if there's going to be any objection, but.
No objection.
Okay, thank you. And we have a second picture from the top, like an aerial picture.
Right.
Do you recognize that as being the same house?
Yes.
Okay, and that's showing the giant yard and how big the house is, correct?
Correct.
And do you know how many bathrooms it had?
Yeah, hold on. Let me think. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it was like, I think it was either 4 or 5 bathrooms.
Okay. So 4 or 5 bedrooms and 4 or 5 bathrooms, right?
Right.
And Roger was still alive, and even though he hadn't been there that long, he added to the house, correct?
Yes, they added the den in the back of the house.
Okay. I would offer this as State's Exhibit B or 2.
No objection.
Thank you. So, 1 second.
Nicholas's room, the guest room, Zachary's room, all on the same side. And then you walk down Who's there? I think that's the window in the hallway. This part right here.
Am I still muted?
No, go ahead.
You can take it off the screen. So, Ms. Brown, as I understand what you have said was that Linda Cruz unfortunately had miscarried many times, correct?
Yes, four that I know.
Right. And did they decide about building this house and adopting, about one thing would happen before the other, as you recall?
I don't know.
Did they decide that once the house was built, that was when they would do the adoptions or adoption?
I want to say it probably was a conversation when they were building the house.
Okay. So as you described Linda Cruz, she could be very private about her life, correct?
Absolutely.
And she wasn't one of those people that would tell everybody about her business, correct?
That's correct.
And as you described, she even hid the adoption from Roger's family, his kids, and her family, correct?
Yes.
And to some extent, she greatly hid it from you until only a month before the adoption.
I don't remember.
Okay. You didn't know about it until things were about to be finalized, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So Linda went through an adoption attorney, you said?
Yes.
And did you ever go with her to meet this adoption attorney?
No.
All right. But you knew from Linda that she was paying for the welfare of this biological mother and taking her to doctor's appointments, correct?
Yes.
And you never met this birth mother, correct? Do you need a minute?
No, I'm done. I just had to answer my son. I'm sorry.
Okay, not a problem. So I think I asked you whether you had ever met this birth mother.
No, I never did.
Okay, even the second time when Zach was born, correct?
Correct.
And Linda didn't share anything with you about this birth mother's background?
During Zachary's time, yes.
Okay. Was Linda trying to make sure the baby was healthy by going through an adoption attorney and taking her to the doctor's office visits?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Okay. Was Linda Cruz trying to make sure that this birth mother was healthy by going through an adoption attorney, someone who specialized in that, and also taking her to the doctor's office visits herself?
Yes.
Okay. And earlier today, I think you said that you didn't meet Nikolas for about a month.
Yeah, I didn't see him right away.
Okay.
I think it was like a month after he came home.
Okay. So I need to ask you, and I don't mean it disrespectfully, okay?
Uh-huh.
Do you remember giving a deposition to me and the defense attorneys on December 29th of 2021?
I remember giving you a deposition, but if you want me to look at something, I can. They have everything here.
Okay, and that would be fine if I'd be happy to have you look at the pages I would ask you, excuse me, ask you to look at.
Okay.
I could put it on the screen for you too, or if they have it right there.
Yeah, they have it right here. Just tell them where it is.
Can someone please give her first, it's the December 29th deposition, page 16, line 16.
Okay. Okay, and so approximately how soon after the baby was born did you see Nikolas? And I said pretty much after he was born, when he came home.
Okay.
Yes, when he came home, but like not right away.
Okay, I want to show you a page before that too.
Okay, go ahead.
15 on, start with page line 17.
Okay. What about the health of the baby? I said he was perfectly healthy. How did you know that? I saw him when he was born. He was only like 3 weeks old. So
Okay.
that's what I meant about born.
Okay.
Okay.
So Ms. Browd, you had been very close to Linda at this time, and you said you would see her almost every day, at least every week, several times a week. How come after the birth of the baby you would have waited several weeks to have seen her?
I don't know.
Okay. But the bottom line is you saw he was a healthy baby boy, right?
Yes.
And there was no concern about the defendant's health was brought to your attention.
No, nothing.
Okay. And before earlier today, you were asked about when Zachary was born, and I think you decided, or not, I'm sorry, not that you decided, I think you said that it was 2 years between Nikolas and Zachary's birth. Remember you said that?
Yeah, approximately, I said.
Okay. So I just want to try and figure that out. So is it your recollection that Nikolas was born September 24th, 1998?
Correct.
Okay. And are you aware that Zachary was born February 21st, 2000?
Yes.
Okay. So would you agree that's about 1 year and 5 months?
Right. Because
Okay.
we used to say that my son Richie and my son Peter are exactly the same apart as them.
Okay. So so now I'm directing this question to everything that you knew about Zachary. It's not just as a little baby. It's during the time that you knew him. As Zachary grew older, did Linda tell you any problems she was having with Zachary?
She wasn't explicit. She just said, and she didn't say Zachary himself. She just said the boys.
Okay. And so just so we're clear, that was when you were at, I think you called it, that's when you were changing the title to you, and that was the last time you saw Linda Cruz?
Yes.
Okay. So up until whatever that date is, Linda had never shared problems that she was having with Zachary, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you never became aware until after the shooting occurred about problems that Zachary was having, correct?
I wasn't aware of any problems that Zachary was having after the shooting.
Okay. So you didn't know Zachary was in psychological counseling?
No.
Although you did know that he was in that bereavement counseling with Nikolas Cruz, correct?
When they were younger, after Roger died, yes.
Right. So that was the only counseling you knew about for either boy, right?
No.
Okay.
She would have a social worker that would come to the house when the boys were younger.
And you were there one time when a social worker showed up, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. But you're not aware of Linda calling the police because Zachary wasn't coming home at night?
No, I was not aware.
And you weren't aware that Zachary was having that you weren't aware that Linda was very concerned with Zachary stealing from stores?
I was not aware.
And let me talk about Linda Cruz now as a mom. So during this period of time that you were especially close with her when, after the boys were born, of course, you thought she was an amazing mother, correct?
She was an amazing mother.
Okay. In fact, you thought she was an amazing person too, right?
She was an amazing person.
Okay. And being a mother, she was in her glory, correct?
Absolutely.
And she took being a mother to these children very seriously, correct?
Yes.
She would hug him quite a bit, wouldn't she? That is Nikolas.
She would hug both of them, yes.
Okay. But didn't you think it was even more than a normal mother would hug and hold a child?
No.
Okay. But she certainly gave both children love and affection.
Yes. And discipline.
Okay. Okay. And we'll talk about that too. When Nikolas first went to preschool and he was having academic delays, did she move him to another school that better suited him, had smaller classrooms and special services?
Yes.
Okay. And you thought that was a good thing, right?
Yes.
And I think you talked about this morning that she would sit with him as a young boy for hours doing homework with him.
Yes.
Correct?
Mm-hmm.
So she wanted to make sure he got his work done as best as possible, right?
That's correct.
And she would tell him he had to do it, right?
She would say to him, yeah, he had to do it.
But he was kind of belligerent and would fight with her, wouldn't he?
Right. He wouldn't sit long enough to do it. I even tried to help him several times.
And you had a little different approach to sitting with him than Linda did, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell us how you did it with with Nikolas?
I would tell him he has to do this or he can't go play with his toys or whatever. He's not leaving until it's done.
Okay. And did he do it?
I would help him because his writing skills were horrible, and I would have to help him with holding the pencil, tracing. He was his IQ was much lower than the child his age would normally be.
So what age, we're talking 3, 4, 5 years of age at this point?
Kindergarten.
Oh, kindergarten. Okay. So is that about 5 or 6 years of age?
Right.
Okay. So when you would sit with him, you were tougher than Linda was, weren't you?
Yep.
Okay. And were you more effective than Linda because you were tougher?
Yeah.
You think?
I think
Okay.
so.
So he would respond to you because he was a little scared of you, wasn't he, Miss Brown?
That's correct.
Okay. So he couldn't get away with as much with you that he might have with his mother. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
But in a loving way. I mean, I was always hugging him, tell him
Right.
I love you, but these are things you have to do.
Right. I'm not suggesting you beat him or anything like that, but
Don't, because I didn't.
okay. But you were very firm with him, and
Yes.
he was a little scared of you, and that was a good thing that got him to do what you wanted him to do. Correct?
Right. Uh-huh.
Okay. So when he wanted to, he could get his work done with supervision.
Yeah, okay. I think you're missing what I'm trying to say. Nikolas could not do it on his own. You had to hold his hand with the pencil and trace the letters. He could not do that on his own. He didn't have the ability. That's why they had ordered occupational therapy for him.
And he did receive fine motor training, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And Linda made sure he got that kind of fine motor training, correct?
Well, actually, the ESE that I explained to you earlier, when I don't know if you're familiar with what that is, but they have a whole council of people that do a meeting on a monthly basis for these children that have these disabilities.
Right. They're
And-
exceptional students, aren't they?
Pardon?
They are exceptional students that
Right.
they
Right.
receive extra services, correct?
Uh-huh.
And so, go ahead.
Okay, and what they do is they pull these kids out of the classroom and they have these people that work one-on-one with them. So it could be occupational therapy, physical therapy, not physical therapy like you're thinking, physical therapy for walking and hand coordination and stuff like that. Okay.
Right. So he got fine motor training in exceptional education, right?
Uh-huh.
And he got verbal skill training in his exceptional education classes, right?
Right.
Okay. And this started when he was, in preschool or kindergarten, correct?
Right. Kindergarten. Uh-huh.
Okay. And so they were teaching him how to hold a pencil, correct?
They were showing him how to hold the pencil, and then Linda would reiterate it when he comes home from school, because they would send home like a page of homework, what they would call homework, but it was like a practice skill.
Right.
And what happens is you, as a parent, you work with the child as well, because the district pays for these people to go to the classroom and pull these children out to work with them, but they only work with them for maybe a half hour, 45 minutes.
Okay.
And it could be only once a week or once every 2 weeks. It's not on a daily basis.
But he's in a special cluster class, and that's every day, correct?
No,
That's
what I'm trying to explain to you. Even though he's in a cluster class, the cluster class is just a smaller classroom with kids that have, a kid could have Tourette's, a kid could be, let's see, have some kind of like muscular dystrophy situation. They could be in a wheelchair. There are a number of situations that these children have in that environment classroom.
Right, and they have a teacher and they have an assistant teacher in the room.
Yes.
So you have 2 teachers for about 6 students.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So they get a lot more attention in these classes than they would in what's called mainstream classes, correct?
Right. Exactly.
So
and then as they grow up and they get older, they monitor them. And if they feel that they're ready to be mainstream, like you just explained, then they'll take him out for one class and see how he does for a month or so. Okay. And then they might extend it to 2 classes. And so that's how they get them into the mainstream environment as they're growing up.
right, and through the course of training and time, Nikolas learned how to use a pen, pencil, correct?
Yeah, he used to hold it between his 2 fingers, you know.
And just like you said, at some point, he couldn't ride a bike. He did eventually learn how to ride a bike too, correct?
Yes, eventually.
Okay. Let me go a little bit, change direction just a little bit. Linda's home and Roger's home, although I know he passed in 2004, that was not a home filled with hatred or intolerance, was it?
I'm sorry, say that again.
The Cruz home was not a home filled with hatred or intolerance.
Oh, no, not at all.
Linda would not teach such things, would she?
Never.
Nor would she allow those kind of things?
Well, yeah, no, I would hope that she wouldn't.
Okay, as far as you know,
She never did, right.
She would certainly not teach her children to be filled with hate, correct?
Correct.
And there were some doctors that you were aware of that Linda would take Nikolas to, correct?
Can you be more specific?
I will. And I told you this once before, but I'll tell you it again. There was a pediatrician named Dr. Marcus who is no relation to me.
Right.
That was Nikolas's pediatrician, correct?
Yes. Pediatric associates, yes.
Right.
Mhm.
And that was a doctor that you were emergency contact for, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay. But you weren't a part of actually being involved with taking him to Dr. Marcus, were you?
Yes.
Oh, you did go on occasion?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of his diagnosis of ADHD?
Yeah, later on, yes.
When you say later on, you mean after the shooting?
Oh, no. Like when he was in kindergarten, around that time, maybe a little bit before, because he was very hyper.
And do you know who gave him that diagnosis of ADHD?
I don't know 100%, but I'm assuming it would be the pediatrician.
Okay. Do you recall giving me a different answer at that deposition on December 29th, 2021? It's on page 26 if you want to look at it. Page 26, line 8. And your answer on line 10.
Okay, well, I said no. But like I said, later on, I know he was diagnosed with ADHD. Because he was very, well, you had to be a moron not to know. So he was very hyperactive. He couldn't sit for 2 seconds.
Okay. So you had said you weren't aware of any diagnosis Dr. Marcus gave him, but you assumed he had ADHD anyway.
Right.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. You never actually participated in any counseling with the family, especially Nikolas, did you?
No.
And I want to talk about your relationship souring with her. And you didn't really go into it this morning, but you don't think much of Roxanne Deschamps. I think it's D-E-S.
I actually, I never thought in my whole life I would hate somebody, but I hate her.
Okay.
If that answers your question.
Yeah, sort of. So you now know that the defendant and Zach went to live with Roxanne Deschamps after Linda died, correct?
Yes. Well, they were going through Linda's phone, trying to find people to go to, numbers to call people.
Okay. And you believed that Roxanne manipulated Linda, didn't you?
Absolutely, 100,000%.
Okay. And that's one of the reasons you don't like Roxanne Deschamps today, is because you think she took advantage of Linda Cruz.
I don't think she did anything to help her.
Okay. But you also think she actually manipulated Linda too, right?
Right. Yes. Uh-huh.
You have never spoken to Roxanne in your life, correct?
I wouldn't even know who she was if I saw her in the street.
Okay. And you were told that Linda arranged for the boys to live with Roxanne, but you don't believe that's true, correct?
I definitely don't think that's true.
Okay. And you think that Linda still wanted the boys to live with you, even after so many years of not talking to her?
I don't know that.
Okay. At one time, did you tell us that you believed that Linda wanted the boys to be with you?
I think I said I believe that Linda would have wanted the boys to live with me.
Okay. Even though you hadn't seen her in so many years, you think she still would have wanted the boys to live with you, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And when Roxanne how did Roxanne come into Linda's life?
She moved next door to her.
Okay. Did the house that she moved into, was that a house you were contemplating living in at one time?
Yes, we were thinking of renting that house. Yes.
Okay. and it just didn't work out for you financially to live in that neighborhood, in that house?
Correct. So we moved down the street.
Okay. And so eventually Roxanne moves into that house, right?
Yes.
And befriends Linda, correct?
Correct.
And your relationship with Linda really ended when she became friends with Roxanne Deschamps, correct?
It didn't end. It started to unravel.
Okay. Now, what year did you and Linda have begin your falling out?
Let me think. Miss Marcus, I let me think a second, okay? I don't recall right now.
Okay. Do you recall that? Do you recall that Nick was about 8 or 9 when Roxanne came into Linda's life?
Yeah, more like 9 years old, I believe.
Okay. And so at 9 years of age, when Roxanne comes into their life, or Linda's life, when you say it's now unraveling, what does that mean?
Well, we used to talk every day, 100 times a day. We would see each other all the time. I would go to her house, she would come to mine. And I noticed that Linda was becoming distant. And then the incident happened with the money. And then after that, the straw that broke the camel's back was the day we went to the bank and she took my name off the account. She didn't trust me anymore.
Okay, so Nikolas was born in 1998, and if you add 9 years to that, so that's like 2007 when Roxanne comes into life, and you're starting to not be as close to Linda as you were.
Now that I'm thinking while you're talking, it had to be around 2010, 9 or 10.
Not, the boys are 9, or Nikolas is 9 or 10, or it's the year?
The year is 2009, because I had a massive heart attack in September of 2010. And Linda came to the hospital to see me. And so we had already not been close at that point. But my husband called her to tell her.
Okay,
so I'm saying that the unraveling, okay, the straw that broke the camel's back had to happen in like 2009 or 10.
Okay, and so 2010 she comes to visit you, but you were already not as close to her as you once were.
That's correct.
Okay, and the unraveling occurred approximately a year before.
Yeah, approximately, yes.
Okay, so that would be 2009.
Yeah, about 2009, 2010, around there. Maybe late 2009 into 2010.
Okay, and when your relationship is unraveling, and the boys are getting older, correct? They're not little toddlers anymore, correct?
Uh-huh.
And they're running around on their own, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're not, and she's not even bringing him over like she used to.
Right. She would make excuses. Uh-huh.
Okay. So you're not seeing Nikolas Cruz every day in 2009, 2010, are you?
No.
Okay. How often are you even seeing Nikolas in 2009, 2010?
I think I might have seen him in 2009 once.
Okay. And just one time in a whole year?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Ms. Proud, a lot of people have asked you, including me, about things that have happened in Nikolas Cruz's life. And you remember excuse me, I can't talk. It's already a long day. You remember events in his life, but putting it to a certain date is kind of a hard thing to do, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I know you're trying to relate it to other events to try and figure out when something happened, correct?
That is 100% correct.
Okay. But that's a very difficult thing to do because all of us, we've lived lives and things happen, right? It's hard to remember everything.
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned the animal noises, and we've talked about that before, that he used to make, right?
Right.
And I had asked you in the past, when did he make those noises? And you told me your best answer. Do you remember what your best answer was when he was making those noises?
I don't know what my best answer was, but I could tell you it probably was around 3 years old.
Okay.
2, 3 years old.
Okay. And when he stopped making those noises, is that something you can possibly remember when he actually stopped making those noises?
I couldn't tell you when.
Okay. And it didn't make an impression on your mind to store that sort of information in your brain, correct?
Of when he stopped? I don't know if I was around when he stopped.
Okay. Do you remember saying it's hard to remember because he probably went on to something else?
Probably.
The events that you did, like barbecues, correct?
Yes.
Those tapered off and stopped once Roxanne came into the picture?
Yes.
Okay. And when you would watch the kids for Linda when they were younger, or she had a doctor's appointment, that tapered off and stopped once Roxanne came into the picture, or they just got older and you didn't have to watch them like that anymore, right?
Correct.
You weren't babysitting the defendant after he was 8 or 9 years old, right?
I don't remember.
If I could try to refresh your memory about that, if someone can hand you the deposition from April 7th, 2022, on page 31, line 20 through 22.
Yeah, I said no, not really, no.
Okay,
That's
so
what yeah.
The question was, he wasn't staying with you for babysitting after he was 8 or 9, and you said not really, no?
Right, I wasn't babysitting for them.
Okay. That was at a much earlier time in their lives, correct?
Yeah,
And we know as adults who had children that it's the younger children that need more supervision, at least for babysitting purposes.
right.
When you were, when he was 4 to 5 to 6 years old, and you were around him at times when he was eating, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Would he say to you words like, "I don't want this, I'm not eating this"?
Well, I kind of knew what he would and would not eat at that point.
Okay, but would he say those words to you?
No, because I would give him what I know he would eat.
Okay. If you still have that.
If I made a, okay, let me back
ahead.
up for a second, Mr. Marcus.
Mhm.
If we had a barbecue and we made hot dogs on the barbecue, I knew that his hot dog had to go in the microwave. Does that answer your question?
Not exactly, but if you could look on page 34, that same deposition.
Mm-hmm. What did I tell him? You to eat what I give you?
Page 34, line 18. Okay, we're good?
Yep.
Joyce? Okay. So, Ms. Browd, you had indicated that you were aware of a therapist coming to the house at one
Yes.
point, correct? Okay. Were you aware of any psychiatrists or psychologists that the defendant was seeing?
That Nikolas was seeing? No.
Okay. And I'm going to be going through some names, and I just want to verify, okay? In May of 2004, when he was 5 years, 8 months old, were you aware of a psychological evaluation because of his aggressiveness? This was before his father died.
I was not aware.
Were you familiar with the defendant going to see a Dr. Frederick Kravitz, a PhD, Behavioral Health Institute is the name of where he worked, from 2007 to 2008, where he had 10 counseling sessions because of his aggressiveness?
I was not aware.
Okay. Were you aware of between 2008 and 2011 that the defendant was seeing a psychiatrist named Dr. Lori Karpf from 6/25/2008 to December 18th, 2011 because of his aggressiveness, being defiant, cursing, lying, low frustration tolerance, irritable when he didn't get his way, tantrums, and getting in trouble for fighting and teasing? Were you aware of Dr. Lori Karpf, Karpf?
I know. No, I was not aware.
Were you aware of Henderson Behavioral Health seeing him?
I was not aware of any of his psychotherapy sessions.
Okay. Were you aware of him receiving school counseling in 2009 on a weekly basis?
I was not aware.
Were you aware of him receiving school counseling at Westlakes Middle School in 2011?
At West Glades?
Yes, Westlakes Middle.
No, I was not aware.
Okay, and just so I could be specific, this was 6th grade, August 24th through 2011 through May 30th, 2012.
Yeah, I was not aware.
Okay. And you weren't aware about him acting out in class?
No, I was not aware.
In 7th grade, beginning August of 2012, were you aware that he continued to receive counseling at the school, Westlakes, throughout the school year for acting out?
No, like I said, I wasn't aware of any psychotherapy or counseling when he was older.
Okay. Were you aware that on January 15th, 2013, Henderson Behavioral Health came to the home because the defendant was cursing his mother, punching holes in the wall, and throwing objects in the house?
I was not aware.
Were you aware that on that time that he was diagnosed with disruptive behavioral disorder?
I was not aware.
Were you aware in May of 2013 he had a second set of sessions with Henderson Behavioral Health?
Nope, I don't know anything about Henderson.
Okay.
I mean, I know who they are, but with
Okay.
him, I don't know.
Okay.
Mr. Marcus, may I just make a brief objection? I believe that Ms. Browd testified that after 2010, she didn't have any contact with Mr. Cruz and very limited contact with Linda Cruz. And so I just would object to the line of questioning about specifics during a period of time when she said she didn't have contact with him.
Okay. So I'll, if I can, let me just ask you another question. You had indicated that Linda was not very aggressive about things like you would be, correct?
Yep,
About knowing what to do and getting help for Nikolas Cruz, correct?
correct.
Okay. So you were unaware of, I'm going to read dates to you, when he had therapy. And I think I know what your answer is, but I'm going to ask you the questions. Were you aware on June 4th, 13, that a case manager came to the house to have a session with the defendant and Linda Cruz?
No, I wasn't aware of anything after 2010.
Okay, so if I asked you, you're not aware of any of these dates that he had therapy at his house, and I'm going to list them right now just to save time. 6/19/13, 6/20/13, 6/26/13, 7/3/13, 7/10/13, 7/17/13, 7/22/13, 7/24/13, 7/31/13, 8/6/13, 8/7/13, 8/14/13, 8/21/13, 8/21 again 13. One of the sessions was with a therapist and one with a case manager. 8/28/13.
None of the above.
Okay, and those are all sessions with either a case manager or a therapist coming to the house.
Right.
Were you aware of problems he was having involving at the middle school, at Westlakes Middle School, and things that he was doing?
I was not aware.
Okay. I'm going to give you some other dates of therapy with either a case manager or a therapist, and ask you if you're aware of any of these dates where he saw case managers or therapists with his mother. September 10th, 2013, September 11th, 2013, September 19th, 2013, September 23rd, 2013, September 26th, 2013, September 30th, 2013, October 1st, 2013, October 2nd, 2013, October 14th, 2013, October 16th, 2013. Are you aware of any of those therapy sessions that he had with counselors or case managers?
As I explained before, I don't know anything after 2010. I don't know what counseling he had, what kind of therapy he had, or any diagnosis that was made at that point.
Okay. Were you aware of what Linda Cruz was facing with Nikolas Cruz during this time period of his life?
I was not.
Were you aware that while these incidents were happening, he was still having therapy by Henderson at his home on October 23rd, 13, October 24th, 13, excuse me, not October 24th, October 29th, 13.
I was not aware of any therapy with Henderson at all.
Were you aware that he continued therapy through the end of 2013? 2014, he was seeing two psychiatrists, Dr. Brett Nagin, a personal psychiatrist, and Dr. Nirma Ortiz, a school psychiatrist. In 2014, were you aware of that?
I was not.
Did you become aware that Nikolas Cruz went to an alternative school named Cross Creek?
Yeah, later on.
I'm sorry?
After this happened, I
Okay.
know about it.
Okay. Were you aware that he was able to get A's and B's, among other grades, while he was at that school?
I wasn't aware of his grades, but it doesn't surprise me.
Okay. Why doesn't it surprise you that he could get A's and B's?
Because my son is very similar to Nicholas, and he goes to school, and he tells me he made AB honor roll, and he can't even write. So
Okay.
that's
Were you
why
aware?
those schools don't surprise me with the. I think they do it just to give the child some to feel better about themselves.
Okay. Were you aware that he was mainstreamed back to MSD, Marjory Stoneman Douglas?
After the fact, yes.
And do you know that they have to go through a procedure in order to be mainstreamed?
Yes.
Again?
I know that.
Okay. Were you aware of
My own personal.
experiences?
Correct.
Were you aware that Linda Cruz had a parent advocate who helped her with both the defendant and Zach?
When you say a parent advocate, be more specific, please.
Okay. Were you aware that Henderson Behavioral Health offers a parent advocate services where they don't counsel the children, but they help the parent deal with
Yes.
the system? Yes, you're aware of that?
I am aware that they tell you that, yes.
Okay. But you weren't aware that Linda Cruz availed the use of a parent advocate as well as having therapy for her son?
Object again, Mr. Marcus, to relevance and lack of personal knowledge. Ms. Brown's indicated she's unfamiliar with this information.
You can answer the question. You're unaware of that?
I am not aware of anything that she ever went to Henderson or any other psychological facility.
Okay. Were you aware that the defendant was not only in therapy, but he was also taking medications under psychiatric care for many years?
I was not aware.
You did testify before that Linda did not have a drinking problem, correct?
Absolutely not.
Were you aware of the destruction that the defendant did at his own home?
No, I was not aware because it never would have happened if I was.
So you were unaware of him punching holes in the wall repeatedly?
I was not aware.
And you were unaware of him damaging the furniture?
I was not aware.
Are you now aware that despite all the help Linda Cruz got, defendant's behavior remained out of control?
Yes, I'm aware of that now.
And even before, let me strike that. Do you agree that the defendant's aggressive behaviors that occurred before Roger died stayed pretty much the same after he died?
He wasn't really aggressive at that young age. He was aggressive with his sounds and his growling in your face type thing. But he wasn't aggressive like that, by no means. He didn't hit people at that young age.
Do you recall from the deposition of December 29th, 2021, page 32, making a different statement? Page 32, line 13.
Give me a second.
And you could read before that so you can see that I'm talking about before his father died and after his father died.
Mm-hmm. What line?
Page 32, line 13 through 16. But if you want to read before that, please do.
Okay, so what did I say differently?
Well, I asked you then, as far as his behaviors that you witnessed, did Nikolas' behaviors change afterwards or stay pretty much the same in reference to before Roger's death and after Roger's death? And you said they stayed pretty much the same.
He was a little boy. He was 5.5 years old.
Okay.
Yeah, they stayed the same until he got a little older.
Okay. And, well, his aggressive behavior is what I'm referring to.
But like I said to you before, he wasn't aggressive like you're thinking he was. He didn't hit people. Okay? He was just aggressive with animal noises and imitating animals.
Didn't you say he kicked and bit and spit?
Later on, yes. After
Okay.
Roger died. Roger would never have tolerated that type of behavior.
Okay.
So after Roger died, and it was just him, Zachary, and Linda, okay, and he would have a tantrum, then yes, that's, but he was older, like maybe 7.
Okay. Mr. Secor asked you about your daughter, Tamara, and Tamara, I'm sorry, what the problem that she had with him when she was 6 years old. Is that correct?
No, she was a little older. She was probably more close to 8. Because I think Nikolas was around 6, 7. So she's older than him. No, he's older than her. Wait a minute. Hold on a second.
It's okay.
She's born in 2002. He's 98. No, he is older than her. So she had to be around, if I can remember when my father-in-law passed away, that's when the incident happened. I cannot remember what year he passed away in. I think my daughter was like 7 years old.
Okay.
Yes, 6 or 7 maybe. She was
Okay.
little.
And the problem, and I'm sorry to bring this up after so many years, but Mr. Secor asked about it, was what? What did he try to do to her?
Inappropriately touching her.
Okay. He tried to put his hand in her shirt all the time,
Yeah,
and he tried to watch her shower.
yes. But Linda had nipped that in the bud right away. I was not around when it happened. I was in New York burying my father-in-law. That's why I wish I could remember what year it was.
Now, you previously has said about Linda Cruz could be easily manipulated by people, correct?
Yes,
And that Linda put Nikolas Cruz on a pedestal, correct?
let's put it this: she favored him over Zachary.
Okay. She would make excuses for his behavior.
Yes,
True?
that's correct.
Okay. Now, you're now aware that the defendant would act out in class. Did you know that he would act out in class so he would get kicked out of class?
I did not know.
Did Nikolas manipulate her, manipulate Linda? Like what food to eat,
Yes,
buying video games?
Mr. Marcus, they didn't have video games when I
Okay.
was in their life.
Okay.
She barely had, I had to show her how to use a computer.
But Nikolas Cruz would manipulate Linda Cruz.
Absolutely.
Okay. Did he ever try to make himself look bigger to manipulate people?
Look bigger?
Yeah,
How do you
Like
look bigger?
like a big shot. Did he try to make himself look like a?
I think he probably was just more aggressive
So
and intimidated people.
okay, that's how he would manipulate people, by being aggressive towards them.
Yeah, I would think that, yes.
Did you ever see the defendant try to look smaller to appear vulnerable or sympathetic?
Like, I didn't do that, I swear type thing?
Yeah, by claiming I'm a victim of bullying.
Right. And, no more than any other kid does. You know, when they get in trouble, oh, I didn't do that. That was not me. I've seen him do that.
Did you ever see him at the table or on the couch slumping to make himself look smaller or more sympathetic?
No, Mr. Marcus. I've seen him slump on the couch just because of being lazy, but not to make himself look smaller.
Did you see him lower his head and slump his shoulders to make him look more sympathetic?
When he got in trouble, he, like any child, he would do the poor me, like any kid, you know, because they don't want to get in trouble. My daughter just did it 10 minutes ago.
Okay. Did you ever see him lower his chair to make him look smaller and more sympathetic? No. Okay. All right, I have no further questions. Perhaps Mr. Secor has some follow-up. Thank you, Ms. Brown. I appreciate it. It's been a long day.
I know, it's okay.
Ms. Browder, just a couple of quick things to follow up with you. Remind me again the year that you had your heart attack.
2010, September.
Okay. And you said, or did Linda come and visit you then?
She did.
Okay. And was that after you had had your falling out with her with
Yes,
this bank
it
issue?
was. Uh-huh.
Okay. And after she came and visited you,
And the boys came too.
oh, they did? Okay.
Yes,
And
the boys, Nikolas and Jack.
yes, ma'am. Thank you. Was the time when you went to sign off on the car loan, was it after the heart attack?
No, before.
Okay. So was the visit in the hospital when you had your heart attack, was that the last time that you saw Linda?
That was the last time I saw Linda.
And was it the last time that you saw the boys?
That was the last time I saw Nikolas and Jack.
Okay. And after that visit, was there any communication between you and Linda going forward?
No, but she did communicate with my husband.
Okay. And did you ever get any specific information about what was going on with the boys in school from your husband?
No.
That concludes the video.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to take a 15-minute recess. Please do not discuss the case, and please leave your notepads behind. Thank you.
Jurors are entering.
Okay, all jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Defense, when you're ready, you may call your next witness.
Yes, ma'am. Jessica Clark, please.
Good morning. Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can put your hand down and be seated. Please speak into the stationary microphone that's directly in front of you. State your full name and spell your last name.
Jessica Clark Flournoy. Clark, C-L-A-R-K. Flournoy, F-L-O-U-R-N-O-Y.
Thank you. You may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
Why are you here today?
I do not wish to be here. I've been served a subpoena.
Okay. And what is your occupation?
At the moment, I am an admissions counselor.
And how long have you done that?
An admissions counselor since 2015.
Okay. And what did you do before that?
Prior to that, guidance and counseling and ESE family counseling. Well, guidance and counseling now, but prior to that was ESE family counseling.
Okay. And was that your first position with regard to education in the Broward schools?
No, I originally started off as a substitute teacher back in 1999 and then secured a teaching position for about 3 years, 3.5 years, and then from there moved into a behavioral specialist for a short period of time, and then that led me into the ESE family counseling role.
Okay. And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's in political science and sociology and a master's in mental health counseling
Do you hold any professional certificates?
with the Florida Department of Education, guidance and counseling.
Okay. Guidance and counseling, is that the certifications that you have on your teaching certificate?
Correct.
Okay. And you said for a short period of time you were a behavioral specialist.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us about that?
Well, it was basically coaching teachers and staff on how to manage disruptive behaviors if a student is exhibiting disruptive behaviors in the classroom or throughout the school. So basically coaching them and creating plans of incentives that would allow the student to, work his or her way up with an incentive plan to receive rewards.
Okay, and then, so from there you became an ESE family counselor?
Yes.
And how long did you do that?
From 2005 until 2013.
Okay. As an ESE family counselor, did you attend IEP meetings?
Yes.
Did you have any input with regard to the amount of time your students should receive your counseling services?
I was a part of the committee that made that decision, yes.
Did you have input regarding the social and emotional goals that the students would have?
Yes.
How many schools did you service at one time as an ESE family counselor?
It's hard to say because each year was different. Sometimes I would be assigned 3 schools. Other times I was assigned maybe 8 schools. So it could vary.
And about how many students would you have in a particular year on your caseload?
It's hard to say or to remember. It was from servicing 6 or 7 schools.
Okay.
You can imagine the number.
Did you provide counseling services to students one-on-one or in a group setting?
Both.
And the amount of time you would give somebody services, where did that come from?
That was in the IEP.
Okay, so whatever the IEP said, that's the amount of minutes per week or month or whatever that you...
Correct.
Okay, and what about the group and individual? Was that on the IEP or was that your discretion?
It was at the counselor's discretion.
Okay. Did you collaborate with the teachers of your students?
Yes.
Okay. What about their support facilitators?
Yes.
So if you had concerns about a student, who would you go to?
I would go to the ESE department, the ESE specialist, or sometimes the grade level administrator.
When a new student is placed on your caseload, what do you generally review about them before you meet them?
The IEP.
The most recent one, previous ones?
The most recent one, yes.
Okay. Do you remember Nikolas Cruz?
I do.
Who do you remember him to be?
I'm sorry?
Who do you remember him to be?
When I first met him,
Well, was he one of your students?
he was one of my students
Okay, and where was that?
at Westlakes Middle School.
Okay. And were you his family counselor?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe your role as his family counselor?
Was to provide counseling services, working on his social emotional goals, as written in his IEP, so that's what we would work on, the counseling goals.
And are family counselors required to hold any licenses in mental health?
No, not necessarily, no.
Okay. And so would you say that your services are aimed at helping ESE students succeed academically?
Right,
Okay.
yes.
And do you remember what years you were Nicholas's family counselor at Westlakes?
2011, for about 2.5 years. So from 2011 to maybe December 2013.
Okay, and was that his whole time at Westlakes as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. Do you recall what his IEP eligibilities were when he came into the school?
I think he had an eligibility of EBD,
Okay. Do you remember any other ones?
maybe speech and language
Okay.
as well.
And so, did you review the IEP that he came into Westlakes with from his elementary school?
Yes.
Are you aware whether, while Nikolas was at Westlakes, was he receiving any other ESE services?
I believe he was receiving speech and language, and he also had a support facilitator as well.
Okay. Would you say that he was receiving pretty much every service an ESE student could receive at Westlakes?
At the school level, yes.
Okay. And based on his IEP, do you remember how many minutes per week you met with him?
Initially, I think it was 30 minutes per week, and it increased.
Okay. Do you remember when it increased?
Maybe going into his 8th grade year, maybe.
Was there a maximum amount of time that a student could receive counseling services?
I think 30 was the ideal, but we went up to 45 minutes.
Okay, so initially he was receiving the maximum, but then you said he went up to
45 minutes.
Okay. And did you document all your meetings with him?
Yes.
Did you review those documents prior to coming in to testify?
Did I review some of my documents?
The notes that you made?
I perused some of my notes, yes.
Okay.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 5F for identification on the first page of the certification. And I just want you to tell me if you recognize those documents.
These are my notes.
Okay, so those are notes from your meetings with Nikolas while he was your student from 2011 to 2013?
Correct.
And were those notes written during or shortly after your visits with Nikolas?
Yes.
Okay. Do those documents fairly and accurately depict all of the notes that you took?
Yes.
Thank you. Judge, at this time we would request that defense 5F be entered into evidence.
Okay, does the state have any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, without objection, what's been marked for identification as Defense Composite Exhibit 5F will be received as Defense 52.
When you first began meeting with Nikolas in the 6th grade, were you meeting with him in group sessions or individual sessions?
Initially, a group session. It was a group session.
Okay, and do you remember how long you met with him in group sessions?
Maybe about 2.5 months, maybe 3 months in a group.
Okay, and then after that?
It turned to individual sessions.
Okay. Do you recall alternating for a couple of months also group and individual?
I don't recall.
Okay. So your recollection is that after a few months you only saw him individually?
Mm-hmm.
And did you ever meet his mother, Linda?
Yes.
Do you remember how many times you met her?
I don't remember how many times I did meet with her, no.
Okay, what was your overall impression of Linda?
Wonderful mother. Just wanted the best for her son. Very concerned about him. Very involved. She was involved.
I'm going to go into a little bit more detail in just a minute, but just overall, what are your impressions of how Nikolas did academically at Westlakes Middle?
He struggled academically. He had academic challenges. He was very insecure in his abilities, so he definitely struggled.
Okay. What about his behavior?
I think over time, his behavior worsened. In the beginning, I think he was really trying to do well in school academically and to do well all around, but it did progressively, got worse over time.
Okay. In your sessions with Nikolas, did you feel he was forthcoming with you?
I did.
Okay. Was he ever disrespectful to you in any way?
Not to me, no.
Okay. So you said in the beginning you thought academically he was really trying to do well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what sort of things would he do that would make you think he was trying to do well in school?
He was very concerned about his grades. He always wanted to check Pinnacle, always wanted to see, if he was able to raise a grade point average. He worried about assignments, due dates, and he really wanted to do well. He said that he would try harder to improve his grades. So, but he was always wanting to check Pinnacle. Can we look at my grades? Can we look at my grades?
Okay. Can you tell the jury what Pinnacle is in case they don't know?
It's a system where students' grades are recorded and they can go in and check their assignments and check their academic progress along the way.
Did he seem to you to have problems keeping himself organized?
Yes.
Okay. What about keeping track of his assignments?
Yes.
And would you consider that an executive functioning skill? Keeping track of his work?
I just know that he struggled with that.
Okay. Did he ever talk to you about why he thought he was struggling so hard to stay on top of his work and get his work done?
No, the only thing that comes to mind is I know he said that sometimes it was very challenging for him to concentrate and to focus. But nothing else really comes to mind right now. I do remember him saying that he had a challenging time staying focused in class.
Okay. Did he seem to you to be overwhelmed by the demands academically?
Sustained. Ask open-ended questions, please. This is direct examination.
Okay. Do you remember any other issues that he had academically with being able to keep up with the work?
He had a lot of anxiety about it. He did not have a lot of self-confidence in his abilities to perform well in school.
And how do you think he felt about his inability to do the work, to keep up?
Well, he wasn't happy about it. He was sad about that.
Okay. Did he talk to you about any things that he would do in class that would show that he was not happy about it?
He was very nervous about, other people knowing, like if the teacher would pass out graded work, he would grab it and quickly crumble it up and shove it in his book bag, not even knowing whether or not he passed or not. He was just very nervous and afraid about other people seeing what kind of grade he scored. So, he was just very nervous about people knowing his grades.
Okay. And what about advocating for himself? Did you work on that with him?
We tried working on that. He didn't like to ask for help in class. He was very nervous about people knowing what he didn't know. And so we worked on maybe nonverbal cues. Maybe like I gave him a strategy to use like a blue note card or something for him to be able to place it on his desk. And that would indicate to the teachers that he's asking for help. He needs help without having to say it out loud.
Okay, and did the teachers know about that?
And that was discussed with the teachers prior to enacting the strategy.
Okay, do you know whether he ever used that Blue Note card?
I don't remember if he used it or not.
So overall, was Nikolas able to maintain good grades while he was at Westlakes?
No.
Did he ever have any successes, any small successes?
I think that in the 6th grade, he tried to put forth a lot of effort and to improve his grades. And there were little moments where it seemed like it was on the upswing, but not sustainable.
Okay, so when he would do well, how did he talk to you about that and how he felt about that?
He felt good about himself. Something as simple as raising a grade point average from an F to a D. He felt very good about that.
Okay, let's talk about how Nikolas did socially at Westlakes. Do you know whether he had many friends?
I don't know.
Did he ever talk to you about friends, wanting to have friends?
Yes, he did want to have friends. He wanted to be liked by his peers. Mm-hmm.
And did he seem successful in that, to your knowledge?
I think he struggled with that, with making friends.
Okay, did he tell you how it made him feel?
He was sad about that. He really wanted to be accepted by his peers and to be liked. He did.
Okay, did you feel that he was not successful in that?
I think he struggled in that area, yes.
Do you remember ever talking to Nikolas about his brother?
I do. Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what you talked to him about with regard to his brother Zachary?
He was very nervous about the possibility of Zachary catching up to his grade level. That made him very anxious. And I think, if I can recall, that he had mentioned that his brother would, make him feel bad about himself.
In what way?
Maybe call him a name, call him stupid or something like that.
Okay. Would you describe Nikolas as a bully?
The grades that I had him for 6th and 7th and some of 8th, no. He was so consumed with being liked and wanting people to like him.
Other than him telling you he was sad, do you remember him saying anything else about not having any friends?
No, I don't recall.
Okay, if I were to show you one of your notes, would that maybe refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you your notes from April 10th of 2013. If you want to just read that to yourself, and then if that does refresh your recollection.
April 10th?
Yes.
What's your question?
If he ever expressed to you any other feelings about not being able to make friends at Westlakes?
About not being able to make friends.
Yes.
And you refer to April 10th?
Yes.
April 10th, it says that he was feeling pleased with himself because he was starting to be noticed by his peers around school.
Okay. I may be looking at the wrong one.
Okay.
So, to your knowledge, was he able to maintain any significant friendships at Westlakes?
That I don't know.
Okay. All right. How did Nikolas do behaviorally at Westlakes?
I think initially he was trying really hard to do well, and over time, he started having issues with managing his behavior.
Okay. Was he exhibiting disruptive behaviors?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give me some examples of that?
From what I can recall, laughing, doing a lot of laughing in class, and maybe blurting out inappropriate things in class.
Did he seem obsessive to you?
Obsessive?
Were there any things he obsessed about?
Initially, he was worried about his grades. That seemed to preoccupy his mind initially.
Okay. Did he later appear to have any more concerning obsessions?
Not that I can recall. Is something in my notes you want me to refer to?
In just a moment. Did there come a time when he wasn't permitted to walk around the school by himself?
There did come a time where he had to have an escort to go from class to class and to go to lunch as well.
Okay. Do you know how he felt about that?
I don't think he liked it much. No.
Do you know if he had any issues getting to and from school on the bus?
I do remember that there was a time where his mom had to provide the transportation because, and I don't remember what the incident was, but there was something that did happen on the bus, and his mom had to provide transportation for him for a short period of time.
Okay. Did you feel that he had trouble transitioning from one thing or place to another?
Over time, yes. Mm-hmm.
Do you recall him ever getting in trouble for destroying property at school?
That I don't recall.
If I were to show you one of your notes, would that refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Okay. May I approach? I'm going to show you your note from 11/25/13.
Okay. Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
I mean, if it's in the notes, it happened. You know, do I remember it necessarily? No, but if it's there, it happened.
Okay, and what does your note indicate?
It says that he was not present on this day for his counseling session. The ESEA specialist had informed the therapist that he was sent home early, and the reason why is because he was in the boys' bathroom and he ripped apart the faucet to the sink inside the boys' bathroom, and as a result, he had to be escorted to the assistant principal's office.
Okay, and do you know ultimately what the consequence of that was?
According to the note, it says that the student was to attend the Promise program over the next 3 days for damaging school property.
Okay, and do you know whether he ever completed it?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't know.
Was Nikolas removed from class regularly?
For what? For services?
Bad behavior. Sorry.
I don't recall, honestly.
Okay. Did you ever talk to him about internal suspension?
You want to refer to a note or something? Because I don't recall.
Okay. If you want to look at your note from May 22nd of 2013.
I'm sorry, repeat that?
May 22nd of 2013.
Okay.
I need to just check the page because our pages are different than theirs.
Okay.
I can see it for 1 second. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Thank you. So I'm going to refer you to page 2304, May 22nd of 2013.
See. Okay.
What did he tell you about internal suspension?
He said going away to the Promise program, he said he did okay, and he said that he actually preferred going back there, and he explained that because the Promise program did not have a lot of students there, and because there were not a lot of students there, he was able to get a lot of his work done.
Okay. But in this note, though, this is before the Promise program incident, right?
AES, I believe.
Okay. Was there a class when he was in the 7th grade where he didn't misbehave? Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
Okay. If I were to show you a note on that, would that refresh your
Sure.
recollection? Okay. I'm going to just check the page. Date 9/19. Okay, I'm going to refer you to the note from September 19th of 2012.
September 19th. Okay.
And do you remember what he told you about that 4th period class?
I can tell you what I wrote. He said that he's been uncontrollably laughing in three of his classes, And he explained that he can't control himself when he starts to laugh.
Okay, did he talk to you about his fourth period class in that note?
Fourth period class, he says he said he doesn't misbehave in his fourth period class. And
Why?
And I questioned him as to why he does not. And he explained that his fourth period teacher is strict and she runs a structured classroom and no one in that class gets out of line.
Okay. I want to go back just for a minute because there were a couple of notes about his academic struggles. Do you remember talking to him about his technology class?
I don't remember offhand. I know that. Can you point to that in the notes for me?
Yeah. Do you know what the technology class is?
His computer class? Mm-hmm.
I'm going to point you to April 11th
Okay.
of 2012.
Okay. So according to my notes, he said that he expressed that he was nervous about the new technology class because he doesn't know his measurements.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And he went on to explain that while he gets world history, like he gets it, in science and math, he doesn't really understand language arts and reading.
Okay. Do you remember writing a note about what your opinion was about why he struggled so much academically?
And I don't remember offhand, no ma'am.
Okay. So if you look at the March 7th, 2012 note, would that maybe refresh your recollection?
Okay. March 7th?
Uh-huh. March 7th, it's on SBBC 2282.
Mm-hmm.
I apologize. It's his opinion, not your opinion. I'm sorry.
Okay. March 7th. Okay, so what's your question? I'm sorry.
Did he tell you why he thought he struggled so much academically?
He said his biggest challenge / struggle in school is understanding and comprehending the work.
Okay. So he's telling you he doesn't understand his schoolwork.
According to the notes.
Okay. Do you recall telling him that he may have to go to an EBD center or a different school if he doesn't
I don't remember.
behave better? Okay. If I were to show you a note about that, would that refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's 22. Okay, I'm going to point you to the May 23rd of 2012 note.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
I'm sorry, May 12th?
23rd of 2012.
Oh, May 23rd. Okay. Okay. We went over, we did discuss that regarding the consequences, the risks and the potential consequences that he would face if his poor behavior persists. And it does mention about possibly being sent to a different school and all. It says, therapists informed the student that if he continues to demonstrate lack of self-control in school, administration and lack of self-control. Lack of self-control in school, administration and ESE department may begin to wonder if this school is the appropriate setting for him, and could possibly make a recommendation for him to attend a behavioral school or even an SED center.
Do you recall him ever telling you he wanted to leave the school?
I don't recall.
Okay. If I were to show you a note from 8th grade, would that perhaps refresh your recollection?
Perhaps.
Just find the page. I'm going to show you from October 23rd of 2013. See if that refreshes your recollection.
What's the date, Ms. Scott?
October 23rd.
Okay. It says that a part of the notes says that Nikolas stated that he doesn't want to go to Westlakes Middle anymore because he believes that he's wasting other people's time, as he is always getting into trouble. He expressed that he believes, he expressed that he is basically behaving badly in hopes that it will lead him into withdrawing from the school and enrolling at another school.
Okay. And do you remember him talking to you about how difficult it was for him to prepare for and take tests?
I don't recall.
Okay, if I were to show you a note from October 24th of 2012, would that maybe refresh your recollection?
It can help. You
Okay.
said October 24th,
Yeah, it's 2297.
2012?
Yeah, 10/24/2012.
Okay. I don't see it. Can you help me?
Yes. If you look at the top of the page.
You said the date, 10/24/2012, right? Because it stops.
Oh, yeah, the order.
The order. What was your question? Can you repeat that?
Did he
please?
talk to you about difficulty taking tests
Okay.
and preparing?
It says that he expressed concerns regarding his performance on his most recent science test. He explained that he didn't do so well on the test because he didn't prepare for it. He says he doesn't know how to study for a test. And when he does try to study for one, he seems to forget the test material. He went on to say that he is often distracted by his thoughts and is unable to concentrate on tests.
Okay. Did he ever offer you any excuses for his behavior, or what you thought were excuses?
I don't recall offhand. I do know that I've challenged him. I did challenge him a few times on some of the choices that he made in class or something like that, but I don't. Is there something you can point to me?
Well, I'll just ask, did he ever tell you he couldn't control himself? It was out of his control?
According to the notes, laughing. He mentioned something about laughing. He can't control it.
Okay. Did he ever talk to you about medication?
No.
Okay. Do you think Westlakes was the appropriate educational environment for Nikolas?
Over time, it became clear that it was not the appropriate place for him.
Okay, why?
Because the resources that they had available, they applied every resource that they possibly could, and they just did not have everything to be able to meet his needs, all of the resources to meet his needs there.
Okay. May I have a moment, Judge?
You may.
I don't have any more questions right now. Thank you.
Please state, do you have any questions?
I'm going to have a likely cross in this 12 now, so we can do it after the break.
Sure. They're asking to finish your testimony after the lunch break.
Okay.
So what we're going to do is we're going to break, it's 12 o'clock now, we're going to break for lunch until 1:15. Members of the jury, please be back at 1:15 where we will resume this testimony. Ma'am, if you're excused, you don't have to sit there by any means, but please don't discuss your testimony with anyone during the break, okay? And if you could please be back here about 1:10. Thank you so much. Okay, we're in recess. The jurors have been excused. Thank you.
I'm not going to get that. You know what? I probably am. But I get watching this. Her son, I'm going to show this. I can sit here all day long and tell everybody I didn't want to live on my private jet, which is true. But let's see when they go. Here's the good news. When I sell something, certain mission is this, I sold it for this, write me a check. They go live in there.
Hey everyone, thank you for your patience. So the governor's going to be here in about 5 minutes, and then we'll get rolling. So I appreciate everyone's attendance, and looking forward to it. Thank you. Yeah, let's make sure that all the phones are off, no alarms, we're on vibrate, stuff like that. Appreciate it.
Hey, sexy man, answer your phone. That's what I'm still trying right off. I would not want to be that guy right on the side of the stupid. You are a big body. Everyone wants to talk to you.
come back in and?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay.
Oh, Judge, we're missing one juror. We're just waiting on back momentarily.
Thank you. That's it, right? I just need 6 more.
Extras give to the attorney.
All right.
Still waiting on one juror.
What do you want to do?
You know there's water. Ma'am, there's water in there. You're so kind. Thank you, dear. Thank you.
Face down.
I will in a few minutes.
Okay.
Not yet.
All present.
You're all present? Okay. Are both sides ready to bring the jurors in? They're all present and accounted for. Defense? Oh, okay. Yes, ma'am. jurors are present, the witness is present on the stand. State, you may begin when you're ready.
May it please the court, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Flournoy. How are you?
Good afternoon. Well, thank you.
Of course, I want to talk to you about the time that you were at Westlakes and that you were the family counselor to Mr. Cruz. Okay?
Yes.
First of all, so this goes back a number of years for you. This is about 9 and 10 years ago,
10 years.
correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would you agree that most of your knowledge of this is by reading your notes as to the notes that you took at the time?
Quite a bit of the information, yes.
Okay. And you mentioned that you go to lots of schools, correct?
I did at the time when that was the role that I was employed as, yes.
Right. So you have students at each of, you said maybe 6 or 7 different schools you would go to?
At one point, yes.
Okay.
It depended on the school year. It varies, but yes.
Okay. So you don't specifically remember how many schools you were going to?
At that time?
Yes.
I don't.
Okay. So again, just so we remind everybody, it's the school year 11-12, the school year 12-13, and then only the fall of 13.
Correct.
Okay.
Only the fall.
Okay. August to December.
December. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So your role is you've got kids, I don't know, you're probably in the northern part of the county. I'm sure they keep you, at least the schools are fairly close, I hope. Are they?
Maybe north central area.
North central?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The car a lot, you're traveling, and you have an appointment at a particular school, or did you do like all the kids in one school per day?
Correct. So for Westlakes, it was twice a week.
Okay. For which school?
Westlakes.
Westlakes. Okay. So that's when you would go there, but you would see the defendant once a week.
Correct.
And you had a lot to keep track of, and that's why you kept notes, correct?
Correct.
All right. So all your particular conversations with one particular student 9 to 10 years ago, that's why you keep notes, right?
Well, I mean, you're trained to do it, so I had no choice. It's a part of the training, and if I wanted to be effective, I would, keep notes.
Okay. Now, so is it fair to say then you do not have day-to-day responsibilities for Nick Cruz, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. There's teachers who are with him every single day, correct?
Yes.
And there's security specialists or security monitors that are there every single day, correct?
Yes.
And even when you're not there, they're escorting him from class to class, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You used the phrase in deposition about staying in your lane. Do you remember using that expression?
I don't remember, but if I said it, it's there.
Okay.
It's taped.
And I think the context of staying in your lane is that you're a counselor, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm not being rude, but for the court reporter, we like people to say yes or no. So
yes.
So
sorry.
it's clear.
My apologies.
Those
yes.
Don't show up so well.
Okay.
Okay. So you're a counselor, and I'm not going to say just a counselor. You're a counselor, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So whatever is going on in the classroom, you're not witnessing it as a teacher, correct?
That's correct.
And you're not sitting in the classrooms like a behavior specialist might, correct?
Correct.
And did you know Miss LaTanya Fondren?
I'm not good with names, but maybe by face.
Okay. LaTanya Fondren was a behavior specialist at Westlakes.
Okay.
Do you know who she is now when I say that?
No.
You still don't know her, okay. And you were a behavior specialist at one time, correct?
For half a school year.
Like 4 months, I think you told us, right?
Probably, right. From maybe February to June. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's 4 months. All right, so a behavior specialist, well, tell us, what does a behavior specialist do day to day?
Well, it was mainly like coaching the teachers and the staff on how to manage disruptive behaviors, maybe creating like a behavior plan where there's an incentive, a reward system involved so that the student can earn points towards receiving an incentive.
Okay, so I'm not sure if your job was the same as Ms. Fondren's, but it also can involve working with the student directly, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it's not just teaching the staff how to deal with a behavior problem. It's also sometimes sitting with the behavior problem, correct?
Correct. Sorry, correct. Yes. Yes.
Did you know Ms. Fondren at one point was sitting in the classroom with the defendant 4 classes out of 6 a day? Did you know that?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I wouldn't say that it didn't happen.
Okay. It wasn't, I don't believe it's in your notes, but you don't remember that a behavior specialist had to sit with him for 4 classes out of 6 a day. You don't know that, correct?
I'm going to say I don't remember. I'm not going to say I never knew it.
And I understand the 9 or 10 years, so the fact that I say you don't remember it or know it now, I don't mean any disrespect by it.
Okay.
Did you know Carrie Yon, a teacher, Miss Yon?
I don't remember.
And you don't remember speaking to her about the defendant, do you?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Is it in my notes? Is that?
No, I don't believe it is.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So you weren't aware of Miss Yon's problems with the defendant, were you? You couldn't be now, right? You don't remember it.
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you know that Miss Yon was afraid of the defendant to be alone with him in his classroom? Did you know that?
I don't know.
Did you know that she wouldn't teach him unless there was an assistant principal or a behavior specialist in his room? She was an 8th grade language arts teacher. You're not aware of that,
I'm
correct?
not aware of that.
And of all his years, 8th grade was the worst, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay, like you said, beginning of 6th grade, he was doing okay until the end of the 6th grade year, correct?
Correct.
And then 7th grade, his behavior started or continued what started at the end of 6th grade, and the 8th grade was the worst, correct?
8th grade was the worst, yes.
Okay. Now, you don't have a recollection of how the defendant got to Cross Creek, do you?
No, I don't. I know it was a process.
It was a process, but you don't feel you were involved in that?
I'm not going to say that. I don't
remember?
I don't.
Okay. Now, the process, you do know that if a student is going to be taken from a general education school like Westlakes and go to Cross Creek, which is a more restrictive environment, correct?
Correct.
And it has behavioral problems as well as ESE services. It takes care of behavioral problems as well as ESE services at Cross Creek, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you're aware that the school, that is not your school because you had lots of schools, but Westlakes would have to go through an ESE committee process to get him into Cross Creek, correct?
Correct. I knew there was a process, yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I knew that there was a process, yes.
Okay. And after going through that process, he was sent to Cross Creek, correct?
Correct,
Or,
after I'd already left.
Okay. Now, were you aware of a functional behavioral assessment that was done on the defendant?
I believe that there was one done, yes.
Okay. And let me show it to defense. State's Exhibit 27B.
Mr. Marcus, will you just repeat the identification number? I didn't hear you.
27B, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Honor, at this point, 27B is self-authenticated document already from certificates. It represents SBBC 1057 through 1068. These are school board records. That's moving to evidence.
Does the defense have any objection?
No, ma'am.
All right, the court will receive what's been previously marked for identification as states 27B, as in boy, as states 485.
For the record, I'm showing Exhibit 26A to the defense. That's the holdup.
Wait, is that different than 27B?
States Exhibit 26A.
This is a separate, this is not what you just entered.
No, a separate.
Okay.
A second exhibit.
Thank you. States,
Sorry.
No, that's my fault. I misheard you. All right, states 26A is being shown. Got it.
Your Honor, the state would offer as a school record 8247, 8248, 8249, 8250, 8251, 8252, 8254, 8255, and 8256 school records as a composite exhibit.
Does the defense have any objection?
No, ma'am.
Okay, without objections, what's been marked for identification as states 26A, which is a composite exhibit, will be received as 486.
So I'm going to show you now what's marked as 485. Just give you an opportunity to look through it, and then I'll show it on the screen in a moment. But I wanted to give you an opportunity to flip through that, please.
You wanted me to review what, my indirect assessment, or?
No, I just wanted you to,
Okay.
first, are you familiar with that document recall it in any way?
No, I mean, I know it was conducted, but yeah.
Okay, and it was finalized in November of 13, so right before you left, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'll show you it on
Okay.
the screen portions of it.
All right.
Okay? When the information that you were testifying to this morning, much of that is based on your conversations with the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you ask him what happened. You might get a report that he's misbehaving in class, that he's laughing, correct? Something like that?
Correct.
And then you say, what happened, correct? You ask him about it?
Right.
Okay, and so then he gives you an explanation, like, I couldn't help it, I couldn't stop laughing.
Right. Correct.
Okay. You don't, since you weren't there, you don't know everything that occurred in that classroom, correct?
Correct.
Okay, your role is a counselor, you're not the assistant principal.
Correct.
You're not there to decide, you're there to help him, you're not there to discipline him for what happened in the classroom.
Correct.
And you're looking for strategies for improving that behavior, correct?
Yes, correct.
And occasionally, and maybe more than on occasion, you would challenge him with, that's not a good explanation, Mr. Cruz, correct?
Correct.
And you would say things like, you can't laugh in the classroom, correct?
Correct.
And even if he says, well, I couldn't help it, you know that may not be true, correct?
I would challenge him on his abilities to make wise choices.
Okay. So, turning let's see this. Okay, this is page 1062, Counselor. What is a functional behavioral assessment? Why don't you tell us what that is?
See, that's not my area. I'm not even going to speak on what, that whole thing, because I was not, it was an assessment, I guess, to put together a behavioral plan.
Okay, so you don't have specialized knowledge about a functional behavioral assessment.
No.
Can you assume it's information gathering?
Right.
Okay, and it's probably informational gathering so that decisions can be made to improve his behavior?
As part of speculation, the witness has indicated she doesn't have the required foundation to testify about the contents of the functional behavioral assessment, and we'll put on other witnesses that can explain.
Okay, she can answer in general if she knows. If you know, ma'am, you can answer generally what it is.
Okay, well, repeat that, I'm sorry.
With the purpose of gathering information to try and learn and develop a plan for the defendant?
That, yes.
Okay. That much you do know for sure.
That much I know.
Okay. So, are you aware that that information is gathered for the team to make decisions?
Correct.
Okay. And so anecdotal records would be part of the information gathering?
Correct.
Okay. Like on August 23rd, could you read the anecdotal records from both of them?
Okay, so there was a scheduled fire drill, and the students were made aware of this before the fire alarm went off. Nikolas screamed and threw his books onto the floor when the fire alarm went off. He then proceeded to laugh about it. In between classes, a teacher observed Nikolas walked into his classroom, which wasn't Nikolas's class, kicked the recycle bin over and said, "F this school." He then took off running. Okay.
In regards to what he told you about laughing in class, is this example on August 23rd, 13 about laughing when there's a fire drill going off. Is that indicative to you that it wasn't something he couldn't control?
Do I think that he was in control of this day, his actions on this day?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. These are intentional behaviors, correct?
He made the choice to do that.
Okay. Did you ever discuss with him his fascination with guns?
No.
All right, that did not come up in a counseling session, did it?
No.
Could you read?
And this,
I'm sorry?
these are not my notes, right? We've
No, they're not your
we've
notes.
made that clear?
They're not your
Okay.
notes.
All right.
Could you read the two notes from 9/4/13 and 9/11/13, please, to the jury?
Okay. There are 3 notes for 9. You said 9/4?
I'm sorry, the last two.
The last 2 for 9/4.
Yes.
All right. All right. Students were taken to the auditorium.
Actually, I'm sorry.
That's
I
okay.
misspoke. I meant the last 2 on the page.
Okay. So Nicholas drew questionable depictions on his vocabulary worksheet. Nick was asked to erase them and fix his work. Nick drew naked stick figures showing body parts and drew pictures of people shooting each other with guns. And that was 9/4. 9/11. Nicholas returned from being out of internal suspension after discussing and lecturing about the Civil War. In America, Nicholas became fixated on death and assassination of Abraham Lincoln. Some questions he asked were, what did it sound like when Lincoln was shot? Did it go pop, pop, pop really fast? Was there blood everywhere? After the war, what did they do with all of the bodies? Did people eat them?
And the subject matter of guns or killing was not part of your counseling sessions, was it?
No, it did not come up in the sessions.
You were unaware of those issues?
Yes, unaware.
You had mentioned this morning on direct examination the defendant talking about him still being at the school. Do you recall that?
Him being at the school?
Yeah, it's like, how am I still at this school? Do you recall that?
From reading some of my notes earlier?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And what was he saying to you when he was saying, how am I still at this school?
When I surmised reading the notes was that he wanted to actually go to a different school.
Okay. And so was his behavior, was he acting out to get out of Westlakes? Did he tell you that?
I think in that note that day, he was saying that he wanted to go to a different school. He couldn't understand why he was still there.
Okay, let me show you, again, this is from this same document, the
Okay.
functional behavioral assessment, and this is not your note,
Okay.
from 9/27/2013, the bottom note. Can you-
The last one? The very last one?
Yes, the very last one.
Okay, so Nicholas behaved very well. However, he asked a lot of questions at the end of the class period and was starting to get worked up. Another student also informed me, once Nicholas was escorted out of class, that Nicholas asks him all the time, how am I still at this school?
Okay. And that tells you that he's acting intentionally in order, whatever his goal is, it's to get out of that school.
It
Correct?
appears that way.
Okay. And I want to show you from the page 8 of this document of the results of the functional behavioral assessment. middle of the page on October 1st. There's a mark on here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, it's gone. Thank you. 10/1 of 2013. Can you read that to the jury, please?
All of it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Nikolas refused to take out his warm-up. He kept opening and closing his umbrella in the classroom. Nikolas lost his work from yesterday. He crumpled it up and put it in his bag and could not find it today. I gave him a new sheet and he proceeded to begin his work. He then ripped it and wrote in very large, illegible handwriting on the paper. I tried to assist him and he stated, I don't want your help. When talking about figurative language, and I don't know what that is. You want to help me with that one?
Onomatopoeias.
That one. Nikolas shouted out, like a gun shooting. Nikolas will find any excuse to bring up shooting guns or violence. Nikolas was very defiant with instructions today. He had a hard time staying focused and was looking for any excuse to get up out of his seat or get attention. When another student commented on a writing assignment about writing about Jesus as their hero, Nikolas shouted,
You can say
BS. He was reprimanded and sent to another class in the classroom away from that student. Nick continued to make noise during SSR. Nikolas asked several times to use the bathroom. He was told repeatedly that he could if I called security to pick him up and asked if he would like to do so. He got frustrated and said, I hate security. I hope they die. Then he stated to me, F you. I called security to pick him up immediately.
So you were aware that he needed security to be escorted from place to place.
At one point I did. Mm-hmm. That was told to me, yes.
And you, I believe, testified about how he didn't like that.
Correct.
Okay. But he also wasn't going to change his behavior, was he?
It didn't appear that he was.
On the next page, well, I appreciate you reading it. Thank you.
Sure.
I'm going to ask you to read the first paragraph, and actually almost the whole page, but the first and second paragraph, please.
Okay, to be clear, I'm not reading the whole page, just first and second, right?
Right.
Okay, so during the last 20 minutes of class, we discussed the book, and I answered some questions about the book. And I answered some questions about the book. Nikolas began reading the last couple of pages of the book out to the students, intentionally trying to ruin the book for everyone else. I asked him to stop, and he told me that he dislikes the book, and then he stated, I like guns. Can we talk about that? Then he continued to read the book out loud again. I called security to have him removed and stood by the door so that he would not run out. This continuation on the 17th. Mr. Lindsay, assistant principal, observed in reading class. Nikolas was okay while Mr. Lindsay was there. After Mr. Lindsay left, Nick said, thank God he left. I don't like him. Nikolas did some work, but was throwing paper balls and cursing. He was able to be redirected somewhat. He also threw a pen cap and a pencil sharpener across the room at two students.
Okay, do you remember Mr. Lindsay?
I do now, yes.
Is he, and I don't mean this in any negative way, is he a large man?
I don't remember him being a large man,
Okay.
No.
All right. And in this example on with Mr. Lindsay, the assistant principal, being in the class, and the defendant was acting okay, and then he wasn't acting okay when Mr. Lindsay left the class. Does that tell you that he can control himself when he needs to?
It tells me that he has the ability to make wise choices.
And he knows not to act out in front of an assistant principal, correct?
Correct.
And he never acted out with you either, did he?
He didn't.
Okay. Somehow he was able to be in your presence as a counselor, and he didn't hit you, right?
Correct.
He didn't throw something at your head, did he?
He did not.
He was able to conform his conduct to what would be expected of him at that time, couldn't he?
He was cooperative.
But when he was in a classroom with students and female teachers especially, he would act out, wouldn't he?
According to what I'm reading, yes.
If you would please indulge me to the next two paragraphs.
So I am reading the whole page. Okay. So Nikolas
There is
proceeded.
a portion I'm going to say you can skip, so it won't be the whole page.
Okay. Nikolas proceeded to shout at me to answer a question. What are you talking about? What? What? He did this over and over again. I asked him to listen and to wait, and his response was, or what? I told him that he would have to be asked to leave if he kept up this disruptive behavior. Nikolas then stood up in my classroom and stuck his middle finger up at a student across the classroom. As I walked over to the phone to call for security, Nikolas screamed, "No, don't," and ran across the classroom and took the phone and would not let me call security. I sent a student out of the class to tell another teacher to call for security. Nikolas attempted to call 911 on my phone, and when it didn't work, he banged the receiver against the phone several times. He eventually stopped and grabbed his belongings and ran out of the classroom. So continuing 1021.
Please.
Okay. The following was observed in Nikolas's reading class. Nikolas rushed to the door for another student and slammed the door and slammed his desk down. Nikolas gives another student the middle finger and says, "I'm bored." This, using profanity, is boring. Nikolas throws a pencil at another student and hit him. Nikolas cursed throughout class period. Teacher spoke to Nikolas about his behavior. She asked him why he was being so disrespectful. After their conversation, Nikolas calmed down some and began to complete some work. However, toward the end of class, he started blowing a party horn. Teacher asked him if it, period, he broke it and then gave it to his teacher. Oh, the teacher asked him for it. He broke it and gave it to the teacher, his teacher.
All the episodes that you've been reading, they have been maladaptive, antisocial behaviors in the classroom, haven't they been?
Correct.
And they're not only in front of the teacher, they're also in front of other students, correct?
Correct.
And so students are perceiving these violent, awful behaviors aggressive from the defendant, correct?
Correct.
I'm not going to ask you to read the whole one from 10:28:13, but down from the bottom, beginning with, let me move it up. I then asked him to stop cursing. Did you read that?
I'm sorry, where are we?
It's about, I guess, 3 paragraphs from the bottom.
Okay. Okay, I asked him to stop cursing and interrupting other students while they work. He told me, "You are creepy, just looking at me is creepy." I then asked him, "What would you rather be doing?" His response was, "I would rather be on the street killing animals and setting fires." He then ran out, and Mr. Austin was in pursuit to make sure he did not head out to Miss Watkins' portable.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Mr. Austin was a security officer at the school, wasn't he, or did you know who he was?
I don't remember.
Okay. And would you agree that talking about rather being on the street killing animals and setting fires, that is also antisocial behavior?
I would agree, yes.
Now, were you aware of all the referrals the defendant got while at Westlakes?
I was aware that he did receive some referrals, but to the extent of the amount, no.
Okay. And what is the referral process like, if you know? Do you know how
When a teacher writes a behavioral referral?
Yes.
I don't know the process of it.
Okay. And why would a teacher write a referral if you know?
Disruptive behaviors, aggressive behaviors, student walking out of class without permission.
Okay. And including some of the things that you just read, those would be referral type situations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I think on the direct examination, they showed you a referral when he broke a sink in a bathroom.
Yes.
And
Correct.
that's a referral as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now showing you what's, I'm going to show it on the overhead. There's probably a more technical name for this, but that's what we used to call it, an overhead. State's Exhibit number 486. So the first one is from Coral Springs Elementary. I'm not going to address that. That was in elementary school. Would you agree that it begins with the school year 2012? There's a referral number for each incident, correct?
Correct.
And how many students are involved? So it's one. The student would have a unique number, correct?
Correct, his student number.
Okay. The next would be the referral date. So would that be 2012 being the year, 05 being the month, and 15 being the day?
Well, this is the first time I'm seeing this, but yes, I would think so.
Okay. And then Nikolas Cruz is the name?
Correct.
And the grade, correct?
Yes, correct.
And the time, of course, correct?
Correct.
And then there's a school number, 3871, representing Westlakes Middle, correct?
Correct.
And then there is the reason for the referral, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And beginning with the one on May 15th, 2012,
Yes.
before we go into the reasons for referral, you had indicated that the end of 6th grade was when he began his misbehaviors, correct?
According to my notes, I believe that leading up to 7th grade, he started to really act out.
Okay. And so would this indicate to you May 15th of 2012 is the first one reflected in this document?
The first referral for that school year?
I'm sorry?
Yes. For that school year, the first referral written for, yes.
For 2012.
For 2012.
And the next one being May 17th of 2012?
Yes.
And then May 30th of 2012?
Yes.
June 5th of 2012?
Yes.
And the next one appears to be not until February of 2013, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are you able to get that mark off? Am I doing it?
Click on your X.
I'm sorry?
Click on your X on the screen.
I'm not getting that. Oh, okay, now I have it. Ms. Flournoy, looking at the reasons for referral, beginning with May 15th, would you agree that this includes nasty language, cursing?
Correct, yes.
Calling girls whores?
It says, called a girl in class a crazy, do I say it? I mean, I don't know.
Ma'am, if you're just reading a document, you're not going to offend me by reading the exact word that's
Sure.
on the document. So
I don't want to disrespect anyone in this courtroom.
you are not going to disrespect. If you'd rather spell it, if you're more comfortable doing that, that's fine.
It's going to take a longer time to spell it, so I'm
Okay,
going to
so-
say it. Nick called a girl in class a crazy ass bitch.
Okay, and then later on in there, and excuse me if I'm saying words that you're not comfortable with. We're just quoting what was said. I'll just ask the question, and you can agree or disagree. Does it also say later during the same class, Nick yelled out whores when I mentioned 2 girls in the class?
It says that on here, yes.
Okay, and on the next one, there's more cursing, correct? The May 17th. The reason for referral?
Yes.
And
Yes.
the May 30th, more cursing, correct?
More cursing, yes.
And June 5th of 2012, the defendant called his teacher a name, correct?
He called his teacher by his first name.
Okay. All right, that's right. He called him Big P, correct? His name was Petey, correct?
We called him
Or
Paul
Petey.
first, and then the teacher insisted that he corrects the behavior, and then he referred to him as Big P.
Okay. The next one is another example of obscene language.
It's another example, yes, yes.
And the rest of the page is also obscene language in
Correct.
the classroom, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I just, at this point, would just I'd like to allow the jury a chance to read the document.
Okay. I see them, many of them are squinting. Can you make it a little bit bigger?
Ms. Flournoy, are all the ones on the screen now, are they still from 2013?
We can't see
Yes.
this. Oh, maybe we can.
Yes.
The date on mine is cut off.
It's the line that starts on top, 2013, 03, 04. It's not, mine is not cut
Oh, I
off.
see.
Continuing to publish, this is page 8249. Page 8250. Now, the top of this page is to begin on September 4th of 2013 through October 22nd of 2013. Ms. Flournoy?
I'm sorry, the dates, yes.
Okay. Page 8251. This is from October 29th, 2013 to December 12th of 2013. Ms. Flournoy, on October 29th, 2013, it mentions Miss Yan, who we talked about. Were you aware he was drawing firearms and people being shot by firearms in Miss Yan's class?
No.
Were you aware that Miss Yan was so concerned with it that she kept those drawings and turned them over after the MSD massacre occurred in 2018? Were you aware of any of that?
No.
Page 8252, from December 17th, 2013 to January 24th of 2014. So by this time, you're not there, correct?
Correct.
And that's when the defendant went to Cross Creek, correct?
I don't know when he went, to be
Okay.
honest. I just know I left.
Okay. Now, Ms. Thorne, I know that you were relying a lot on what the defendant had told you and things of that sort. Now you've seen a lot of referrals, functional behavioral assessment, a lot of reported behaviors about him where he was being aggressive, violent towards students and teachers, correct?
Correct.
Your earlier statement that he was not a bully, that's no longer correct, is it?
Correct.
Thank you. You were asked about a portion of your report of notes from May 23rd, 12, which I'll put on the screen. Page 2285, counselors. So you recognize these notes from May 23rd of 12, Ms. Flournoy?
Yes.
And you were asked about this on direct examination.
Yes.
Where therapist and student, I'm moving in a little bit, third line down. Therapist and student discussed the importance for him to pull himself together and to turn his behavior around. And you informed him that if he continues to demonstrate lack of self-control and administration, the ESE department may begin to wonder if the school is the appropriate setting for him, correct?
Correct.
And so you talked about a behavioral school or even an SED center. What's an SED center?
Severely emotional disability, I believe. I forgot.
Okay. And so Cross Creek is a behavioral school?
Your Honor, objection. It's not a behavioral school. It's a school for
Okay,
students.
what is your objection, please?
That's a mischaracterization of what Cross Creek School is. It's not a behavioral center.
Since that wasn't a legal objection, I'm going to just ignore it.
Your Honor, I'm objecting because Mr. Marcus is mischaracterizing the type of school.
It's for
that Cross Creek
behavioral
is.
problems.
Pardon?
It's for
Okay,
behavioral
he
problems.
can ask, are you asking the question? Are you asking her a question?
I'm asking her, was Cross Creek were you referring to Cross Creek as a behavioral school?
Okay, she can answer the question.
Probably, I don't, most likely an SED center.
Okay. So he asked you what was an SED center, just like I asked you, what's an SED center, correct? And you explained it to him, correct?
Yes.
And isn't it true that his response to your explanation was he doesn't want to go to a school like that, correct?
Let me read. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Right, he said he did not. He didn't want to go to a school such as that.
Okay, so is it fair to say that his response to what you said was a rational response, correct? He rationally responded to what you told him about a behavioral school, correct?
Correct.
He understood you, correct?
Correct.
And you understood him when he spoke to you, right?
Correct.
And for the 2.5 years you were his counselor, you were able to have conversations with him, correct?
Correct.
And you could understand him, correct?
Correct.
And he could understand you, correct?
Correct.
He just didn't want to change his behavior, did he?
He didn't, but it was him making these poor choices. So it was.
He made poor choices, correct?
Excuse me?
You're saying he made poor choices?
Yes.
Sorry, this is taking a little while. We're almost done.
Okay.
2289, counselors. I'm showing you now from page 2289 school records, and these again are your notes from October 14th, 2013. And the conversation that you have with him, if you want to look over the section under D, beginning with the IE academic.
Okay.
You can stop at counseling topic or before that.
Okay.
So, Ms. Warner, do you agree that he was expressing concern about his grades, correct?
Correct.
And that you reviewed the grades on Pinnacle, that's the computer program?
It has all of the grades recorded on there.
Okay, so you review it with him, correct?
Correct.
And he's only passing one class at that time, U.S. History, correct?
Correct.
And so you print out his missing assignments for him, correct?
Correct.
And you and him make a plan to attack
Yes.
how he could potentially get caught up in these classes, correct?
Correct.
And so he told you he had a plan too, right?
According to the note, yes.
Okay. And so what was his plan?
His idea was to ask the teachers for extra credit work in an effort to bring up his grades.
Okay. So whether you agreed with that plan or not, that's not a bad plan, is it?
No, it was a plan. No, it's not a plan. Bad plan, no.
The defendant came up with that plan.
That was his idea, yes.
Okay. And you had another idea for him also because you're his counselor and that's what you do, right?
Correct.
Okay. But he was certainly able to recognize a problem and come up with a way to solve that problem, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to show you page 2302 now, your own notes.
Okay.
This is going to be at the bottom of the page.
All right.
3/20/13. And you met with him that day, and he told you there might be a possibility he will pass his language arts class and science class, correct? For the
Correct.
third quarter?
For the third quarter, yes.
And did he tell you that the reason why he stopped regularly checking his grades is because he felt that if his ship is going to sink, he'd rather go down with the ship being known for something? You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, first of all, on direct, you said he was always checking his grades, but apparently he wasn't checking it always, correct? Especially when he thought he was doing bad.
Right. In the beginning, he did.
Right. So he does say that if he felt his ship is going to sink, he'd rather go down with the ship being known for something, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Ms. Warner, are you aware that 3 days before he committed this mass murder, on a video that he made of himself, he said, "Location is Stoneman Douglas in Parkland, Florida. It's going to be a big event, and when you see me on the news, you'll all know who I am. You're all going to die. Can't wait." Were you aware he said that?
No.
He wanted to be known for something, even back in 2013, correct? And I guess he is now, right?
Sustained. Sustained. You don't have to answer, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
I'm sorry, let's. This is where some pictures. I think that's evidence. I'm going to take some other evidence.
You testified on cross-examination that you were not aware of all of his referrals
Not
at Westlakes.
to the extent, yes.
Okay. And you were not aware of all of the behavior that was documented in his functional behavioral assessment, right? You were not aware of all of that. Okay. And you weren't aware of all of the behaviors documented by his teacher, Carrie On.
Correct.
Okay. And were you aware that Ms. Yan took all of these detailed notes because her cries for help were being ignored?
No.
And were you aware that she kept all of these detailed notes because she was afraid that the school would inexplicably lose them or destroy them?
Objection to leading.
Sustained.
Were you aware of why she kept all those notes?
No. Okay. I didn't know. I don't even remember who the teacher is, to be honest.
Okay. Now, as his family counselor, would you have wanted to know about all of these behaviors?
It would have been helpful.
Was Nikolas transferred to Cross Creek because of his inability to succeed academically, socially, and behaviorally at Westlakes?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Why was Nikolas transferred to Cross Creek?
He was transferred after I left. I mean, Westlakes obviously was not the appropriate setting for him. They did not have the necessary resources to be able to, assist the student. And that's just very clear.
Okay. And Mr. Marcus asked you about Cross Creek being a behavioral school. Is it in fact a behavioral school or is it something else?
I don't know.
Is it a school for children whose behavior is a manifestation of their emotional and behavioral disabilities?
Cross Creek, I don't know.
Okay. Is it a school for children whose poor choices are a manifestation of their mental illness?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I didn't get an answer.
Okay.
If you don't know, it's okay.
Yes.
Okay. Do academic demands increase as a child moves from grade to grade to grade to grade?
Yes.
Okay, what about social demands? Do they increase as a child moves from grade to grade to grade? What's expected of them socially is, you wouldn't, let me rephrase, I'm sorry. What would be acceptable for a child of 5 is not acceptable necessarily for a child of 15, right?
Correct.
So their social and behavioral demands increase.
Right. Age-appropriate behaviors, yes. Expectations, yes.
Okay. And you said that he went to Cross Creek because that's a school that can support the needs of an ESE student who behaviorally, academically cannot succeed at a traditional school, right? Is that what you said?
I said that? Okay. Yes.
Okay. So, in your opinion, is it your opinion that Nikolas could not meet the demands academically, socially, and behaviorally at Westlakes Middle School?
Yes.
Okay. So why would anyone ever think he could do it in high school?
I left. Why are you, you know?
That's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ma'am, thank you so much
Thank
for your
you.
patience. You're excused. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves, and please leave your notepads behind. Thank you. jurors to come back in.
Jurors are entering.
the jurors are present, all of the attorneys may be seated and everyone else may be seated. And defense, whenever you're ready, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Susan Scully Danziger, please.
Would you repeat that?
Susan Scully Danziger.
Thank you.
Remain standing to be sworn.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You can go ahead and be seated.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Thank you.
The stationary microphone that is affixed to the desk is your microphone. If you would please speak into the microphone, state your full name, and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Susan M. Scolly-Danziger. That's SKOLLY-DANZIGER.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am?
You may. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, doctor. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury again and tell them what you do?
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you for listening to me today. So, as you heard, my name is Dr. Susan Scolly-Danziger, and I go by Dr. Scolly. And I am a doctor of pharmacy. I have a bachelor's degree in pharmacy. I have a doctor's degree in pharmaceutical sciences. I have a master's in forensic toxicology, and I also have a master's in drug chemistry with an emphasis in pharmaceutical analysis.
Thank you. And can you tell the jury about your work experience, please?
Yes, I've been working for a long time. I started work in 1980s. I've been a pharmacist for a long time. I worked at Cook County Hospital in Chicago as a clinical pharmacist. I came down to Florida because I was in Chicago and it was pretty cold. So then I received my doctorate degree at Nova Southeastern University. My bachelor's degree is from University of Iowa, and I have 2 master's degrees, and they're both from the University of Florida. I've been working as a director of the Penn State Poison Center, and before that I was the assistant director of the Miami Poison Center. And I've been working at various hospitals. I've been a clinical pharmacist for many different hospitals, and currently I'm a clinical pharmacist for a hospital called Select Specialty Care, where people spend an average of 25 days there. They're very ill and require an enormous amount of services. I've worked for several pharmaceutical companies, and that includes Shire Pharmaceutical, GlaxoSmithKline, Roche Pharmaceutical, and Seprecor.
Okay. And do you have any specific expertise in ADHD medication?
Yes, I do. So I was a research scientist, medical liaison for a company called Shire, and Shire is a manufacturer and a researcher for the drug Adderall. And Adderall is approved for the use of ADHD in various age groups.
And have you ever testified as an expert in court?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Oh, at this point, at least 150 to maybe 175, maybe even 200 times.
When did you get involved in this case?
So I got involved in this case, it was at around September of 2019.
And how did you get involved in the case?
I was contacted by Kate O'Shea, and she asked me to join up in this case.
Okay, who's Kate O'Shea?
So Kate O'Shea is a mitigation specialist in this matter.
And what were you asked to do?
So what I was asked to do is to review some of the documents, some of the materials that involved the practitioners who saw Nikolas, and to look at some of the birth records and to assist the defense with regard to medications that Nikolas was given throughout his lifetime and even right now.
Okay, and how many hours have you worked on this case?
I've worked on this case about 45 hours.
And what is your hourly rate?
My hourly rate is $200 an hour.
Okay. You said you reviewed birth records. Is that right?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And in that review, did you see any testing that was done at Nikolas's birth?
Yes, I did. I saw testing that was done at or around the birth, and that was testing of what's called meconium.
Okay, and what is meconium?
So meconium is the baby's first stool, and that consists of different cells in the GI tract, different enzymes that are in the baby's gastrointestinal tract. It's also amniotic fluid that the infant swallows during its time in gestation, so while it's maturing in the mother.
And when does that start to form?
So this meconium begins to form in the baby between the weeks of 12 to 16 weeks, so very early on.
And when was this sample taken and sent for testing in this case?
So the sample was taken from Nikolas about 22 and a half hours after the birth.
What was it tested for?
So this sample of meconium was tested for drugs of abuse from the mother. It was a 7-panel drug test.
Okay, and did that include alcohol?
No, it did not.
Okay, and what was the result of the meconium test?
So the result of the meconium test was, it was defined as a negative test.
Okay, and does that mean that his birth mother was not using drugs during her pregnancy?
No, not necessarily.
And why is that?
Well, the devil is in the detail of the test. So the test is, it's important to know, first of all, how the test was taken, how the meconium was extracted, so that means how the drugs were released from the matrix of the meconium, and what was the threshold given for the positive test for the scientists to determine if drugs were present or not present. So that was important to me to find that information out. So it could have been drugs were present, but at a lower level that was below the threshold for a positive test.
Okay, and were you able to determine the threshold that they were testing?
So what I did is I contacted the lab, and what the lab told me, the drugs were tested for what would...
Can you speak to the lawyer, please?
Were you made aware of the threshold level that this test was done?
No, I was just told that it was the threshold for a urine test.
Okay, and are you familiar in your training and experience with what the threshold of that testing would be, a urine test?
At that time, it would be likely at 300 nanogram per ml, so an ml is a milliliter.
And was testing at a lower threshold available at that time?
From what I know, testing can be at a much lower threshold. In one group who was doing this type of testing would test for certain elements at lower levels, in particular for cocaine at 50 nanogram per milliliter. So yes, it can be done at lower levels.
Okay, so the testing they did is the same as like a urinalysis. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, and is that a high level or low level?
For meconium, what's important is the presence of it. So if there's presence at a low level, that indicates use. And that's what's important, is to try to determine just that is there. Not so much if it's really high or low, just the presence indicating that somebody has used a drug. And in this drug panel, what this drug panel tested for was amphetamine, benzodiazepines, barbiturates, cannabinoids, which are from marijuana, cocaine, opiates, and PCP phencyclidine. So that was the 7-drug panel. And so testing at the level for urine would be fairly high. And again, what's important is just testing just to indicate the presence for somebody's use during pregnancy. And drugs can accumulate into meconium while the baby is developing, during the times of development.
Okay, and what other factors may affect the reliability of the meconium test?
So the factors that can affect the reliability are if any meconium should maybe escape before the meconium is collected. So that would tend to dilute out the amount of meconium. What would be a factor is at what level the meconium is tested. So that's the sensitivity of the test. That would be important in understanding whether a drug is present or not present. So those things are important in this type of testing.
Okay, and did you see any evidence from the records of that meconium escaped into the amniotic fluid?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I want to make sure that it's clear. So when you're saying at a high level, that means, what does that mean as opposed to a low level or sensitivity?
So that means that the drug has to reach a fairly high level before it's indicated as a positive test, rather than at a lower level that is reached before it's indicated as a positive test. And so the threshold levels are lower before there's a signal that the test is positive. And so that's what newer tests in this day and age look for, lower levels of meconium, lower levels of drugs in meconium to signal that it's present.
Okay. So the lower the level, the more sensitive the test. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, right.
Okay. Okay. And you said there was evidence of meconium escaping into the amniotic fluid in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the result of that?
Well, it's called meconium staining, or it's staining in the amniotic fluid. So the amniotic fluid is tinged with the color of the meconium, which means there was release of this meconium into the so-called the water that surrounds the baby. You've heard the term the water breaks. That's what this amniotic fluid is. So that released early in the mother, and there was this staining that was present. And so that was early release.
Okay. What about the timing of the sample and the testing? Does that affect the reliability?
Well, what labs do now is they tend to get several samples of meconium because meconium isn't uniform, the drugs in meconium isn't uniformly distributed into the meconium. So the lab obtained meconium at 22 hours. So maybe there might have been some drug present either earlier that escaped into the amniotic fluid.
Overruled.
You
Can I go ahead? So drug might have escaped earlier in the presence of the amniotic fluid, which that wasn't collected for testing, or maybe later samples might have been positive with drug, but those weren't collected either.
Okay. And did you see any evidence in the records that would indicate that the testing wasn't done at the most sensitive level, other than what you found from the lab?
I didn't see anything in the records. I did see, though, in the birth records that the mom had been arrested for a possession of cocaine use, and that was about 3 months, about 3.5 months before the birth.
Okay. And did you see any evidence that circumstantially might have suggested drug use even closer to the birth?
Closer to the birth. So that was about August the 8th of 1998 that occurred, and that there was a potentially a positive drug test, and it was thought that that was the reason why the birth mother had to go into a protective rehabilitation at the time.
Okay. Is meconium testing standard for all births? Is that something they do when anytime the baby is born?
No, it's not standard. It's up to the doctor to determine if meconium should be collected from a mother based on certain circumstances, which might predict that the mother has used drugs.
And was there evidence of that in this case, other than what you just mentioned?
Yes, there was evidence. The mother had already admitted to drinking alcohol during the first 3 months of her pregnancy, so that was number one. Some other risk factors include...
Judge is not responsive.
Sustained.
What are some other reasons that a doctor may determine meconium testing is appropriate?
Prior drug use history.
Continuing this line of questioning, this is the pharmacist.
Okay, let me speak to the lawyer's side then.
Doctor, how is alcohol classified?
Alcohol is classified as what's called a teratogen, where it can cause some fetal embryo and fetal malformations. So the embryo, that's when the early form of development within the first 8 weeks, and then after that, the developing baby is classified as a first embryo, and then it's also considered as a neurotoxin, and it can be hazardous to the functions of the brain and the spinal cord.
Is the placenta an effective barrier for that?
No, it is not. Alcohol can pass through the placenta, and the baby receives the effects of alcohol as well.
Okay. Did you receive any information in your review of the records of the type of alcohol that the birth mother was consuming?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
So what I received was information that the birth mother was drinking something called Colt 45 and was drinking an alcohol product called Cisco.
Okay, and tell us what Colt 45 is.
So Colt 45 is a malt liquor. It has a higher alcohol content than regular beer. Colt 45 is an alcohol content of 5.6% alcohol by volume.
Okay, and what about Cisco?
So Cisco is a fortified alcohol product, and its alcohol content is 20%.
Okay, and are you aware of any governmental orders with regard to Cisco?
This is irrelevant for
Overruled.
examination. Judge, can we go sidebar?
Okay.
What would a single bottle of Cisco wine be equivalent to?
So a single bottle of Cisco wine that is 20% alcohol would be equivalent to somebody drinking 5 1-ounce shots of vodka or drinking 5 beers.
Is there any safe time to consume alcohol while you're pregnant?
No, there's no safe time to consume alcohol when one is pregnant.
Is there any safe amount of alcohol to consume?
No. Scientists have looked at this issue for a long time and have determined that there's no safe amount, even though there are people who drink alcohol and they've had successful births. The science would say that there's no recommendation for drinking alcohol, so there's no safe amount that could be said without having a possible risk of either a birth defect or some type of developmental disorder.
Okay. What about babies whose mothers engage in heavy drinking?
Well, the risk is much higher for babies' mothers who engage in heavy drinking, so that is certainly what the science would show.
And how is heavy drinking defined?
So there is an amount that's considered heavy drinking. For a woman, having 4 drinks at one sitting, that's considered binge drinking. And if you do that for 5 times in 1 month, that's considered heavy drinking.
Okay, so drinking 1 bottle of Cisco per day would be considered heavy drinking, is that right?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Now, you reviewed Nikolas's medication records, his records of his psychiatrist, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you see in there any indication that his mother disclosed that the birth mother was consuming drugs or alcohol during pregnancy?
There was only one record that I saw where his mother disclosed that the birth mother consumed alcohol, and that was in Alan Musel's record, and that was in January of 2002. Other than that, there was no information with regard to the birth mother's use of any alcohol or drugs.
Okay. Did the records of Dr. Karp or Dr. Negan indicate any allergies that Nikolas had to medication?
The records of Dr. Karp and Dr. Negan did mention allergies. Yes, they mentioned allergies relating to what's called Augmentin, which is a penicillin-related drug, and also something called choline.
And what is choline?
So choline is a nutritional supplement. It's been used to improve liver function. It's been used to improve brain function and memory.
Okay. And did you see any evidence in your review of the records that Nikolas had any sort of liver damage or problems?
No, I did not.
Did you see anything in the records about why he had been given choline, if he had been given choline?
No, I did not see any information about why he was given choline or anything with regard to him being prescribed choline.
Okay. And through your training and experience, why would you give choline to a child?
Well, from my training and understanding what I've seen, there has been early research, some pilot trials.
Sustained.
Some pilot trials
Okay,
from.
I sustained the
I'm sorry.
objection. Next
Just
question.
from your own knowledge, not from, in your experience, what would be the reason, or your understanding of the drug, what would be the reason that you would give it to a child, what it does?
Just deficiencies and just improve memory.
Okay. And is that something that is, in your experience, an issue with children exposed prenatally to alcohol?
Yes.
Generally, are there challenges to medicating children?
Yes, many.
Okay, what are those?
Well, from the pharmaceutical side, it's a challenge to have medications approved for children. They're not just small adults. Medications aren't always approved for children just because they're approved for adults, so there's separate trials that need to take place. And that requires resources. It requires recruiting parents to get children into clinical trials. It requires something called an internal review board to approve these trials, to get these medications to even for these clinical trials. So there's a lot of work beforehand. It's hard to get outcomes from children to see that these drugs even work because children don't always communicate very well to indicate that whatever they're being treated for has improved. Sometimes when it comes to mental health drugs, and sometimes parents aren't really good assessors, so there has to be another person, which might be another individual or a teacher. So that's one of the issues. Other problems are just even accessing a drug. The cost of medication is high, so getting that into the hands of a parent. It's hard to medicate children because children are fussy, as everybody knows. They don't like to take tablets. It's hard to get a kid to swallow a capsule. It's hard to get a kid to take medication. Sometimes the medication tastes bad, and then if it's flavored, they may take too much. So these are all problems that have to be considered. Getting a child to take medication during the school time, one has to get paperwork. And so that's another barrier. So there's a lot of issues with getting children to take medication.
Okay. And from your review of the records, do you know when Nikolas was first prescribed medication?
Yes, it was in the records of Dr. Marcus. So it was in January of 2005. And Nikolas was 6 years old that he was first prescribed medication for ADHD.
Okay. And how did this come about, if you know?
So it came about from some questionnaires that were given to his mom, to Linda, and also to one of the teachers, the kindergarten teacher, which was Miss Richards, who filled out, it was a Vanderbilt questionnaire form, questions about behavior, aspects of behavior. So both of them filled out these forms, and then it was returned to Dr. Marcus to review, and after that, he prescribed the medication.
Okay. And Judge, we're going to ask for the certification to admit the records of Dr. Marcus 5G, Defense 5G.
State, is there any objection? No, Your Honor. Defense Composite Exhibit 5G, thank you, for identification will be received without objection as Defense 53.
All right, so you mentioned the Vanderbilt assessment.
Yes.
Okay, going to. Okay. Is this one of the documents that you reviewed? I'm trying to make it smaller. Is this one of those documents? Oh. You see it?
Well, it was there, yes, in the beginning.
Is this
Yes.
Linda's? Okay. So she's asked to fill out a form. Is it similar to the form that the teacher was asked to fill out?
Yes.
Okay. And so what are the types of questions asked on this form?
The types of questions ask information about, does a child pay attention to details or make careless mistakes, having difficulty with paying attention, Does the child seem to listen to when spoken to directly? Asking questions about following through when given directions and failing to finish activities. Difficulty with organization of tasks and activities.
Okay, so it asks about certain behaviors, and this is, I guess, obviously represents Linda's take on his behavior, right?
Right.
Okay. And she indicates that he never does a lot of things. He occasionally does some of these things. A few times he often does it, and rarely he very often engages in these behaviors, right?
Right.
Okay. And then you also reviewed the one from his teacher?
Right.
Okay. Does she appear to have a different perception of his behavior than Linda had?
Yes, she did.
Okay. I'm going to try to see if I can put them up together, but I don't know if I can make it that small. Oh, not bad. Okay. So, what are the steps that are normally taken in terms of medicating a child for ADHD?
Well, these are the first steps. Taking a look at the assessment of examples of symptoms of attentiveness, of impulsivity. Impulsivity, I mean, does the child go from 0 to 100 without provocation, or with just something very simple, that's some irritation that's out of proportion to the event. And then other issues of hyperactivity. So these are some of the questions that concern these core issues. So these are the questionnaires that look at these type of symptoms, and then next the doctor would likely review the responses from mom, from the teacher, and then also look at any medical type of problem that might be leading to some of these problems with impulsivity, with inattentiveness, and hyperactivity. And then together try to come up with some type of a formalized plan, either medication, either some type of counseling, either some type of restricted environment, and then work together with the treatment plan to see whether it's working or not. So this is what this evaluation is and treatment plan would be.
Okay, and did you review this, the picture of the timeline that was in Dr. Marcus's records?
Yes.
Okay, and does this seem to be an ideal way that a child is diagnosed and then medicated for ADHD?
Yes.
Do you know how many psychiatrists Nikolas was treated by throughout his life?
He was treated by 4, but of course there's psychiatrists that are in the jail right now.
Okay. And did you review, or were you able to review any of the records from Dr. Moskowitz?
No, I was not able to review any records. They were not available.
Okay, and do you know why?
They were purged after 7 years. That was my understanding.
Okay, and is that something that's common in the medical field, that can be purged after a certain time?
I believe it was after 7 years of retention that they were no longer kept in storage, and there's some legal implications as to how long a doctor needs to store records, and evidently that was what the doctor felt was necessary for his practice.
Okay. Did you see any notes from any of the other records indicating that Nikolas had been treated by Dr. Moskowitz?
I did. It was in Dr. Marcus's records. There was a note from Linda Cruz indicating that she had seen Dr. Moskowitz with Nikolas, and that was in February of 2007.
Okay, and do you know what Dr. Moskowitz did at that time?
At that time, Dr. Moskowitz advocated to increase the amount of what's called Concerta. Nikolas had been on 36 milligrams, and he advocated to increase it to 54 milligrams.
What is Concerta?
So Concerta is a long-acting type of stimulant called methylphenidate.
Okay, and what is it used for?
It's used to treat the symptoms of ADHD, the impulsivity, the inactivity, the inattentiveness, and the hyperactivity.
Okay. And when you reviewed Dr. Karp's records, did you see what medication she had provided to him?
Yes. By the time that Nikolas got to Dr. Karp, Nikolas had been on a drug that was similar to Concerta called Focalin. So he was on that, and Dr. Karp then added another medication, and that was in October of 2008, and this is called risperidone. So a different class of drug.
Okay, what is risperidone for?
Risperidone is an antipsychotic medication that's actually approved for schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, schizoaffective disorder, which means problems with thought and problems with mood as well. It's also approved for children that have a spectrum of autism disorder who have problems with agitated behavior.
Okay, and from your review of the records, did it appear that the risperidone was working on Nikolas?
Yes, it did. She had very good success with it when it was prescribed to Nikolas.
Okay, and then what happened when he went to changed to Dr. Nagin?
Nikolas was also on one other medication too, so there was a combination of medications. So there was the Focalin. There was another drug called Intuniv, which is a different type of medication it's guanfacine. It's a blood pressure medication, but it also serves to decrease activity in the central nervous system and has a calming effect. And then on top of it, the risperidone, but Nikolas was doing very well with that combination.
Okay, so what happened when he went to see Dr. Nagin?
So when he went to see Dr. Nagin, Nikolas was still on he was no longer on the Intuniv. He was still taking risperidone. Nikolas stopped taking the risperidone. His mother said that it did not work for him anymore, and he stopped taking that.
Okay, and from your review of the records, did it appear as if he should have stopped taking that?
Well, it's hard for me to say whether he stopped, but I don't really know the reason why, other than Mother just says it doesn't really help him without any reason where it helped him before, and now suddenly it stops helping him. So, it just ended like that.
Okay, so from your review, it did appear as if it was working when he was taking it.
Yes, there was good success with that medication.
Okay, and did Dr. Nagin give him something else instead?
Dr. Nagin prescribed a drug that was similar to this Intuniv called clonidine, which is actually, again, a blood pressure medication. It's shorter acting than the Intuniv, and Dr. Nagin was given Nikolas that medication as another type of medication to assist with some of the behaviors with ADHD.
Okay, and while he was with Dr. Nagin, did he also change his Focalin?
So the Focalin was changed. There was Focalin that was called XR, so that's a longer acting type of Focalin. It's an extended release. And the Focalin was changed to a shorter acting. It's what's called the IR, immediate release, and that was changed in February of 2013.
Okay, and how many times a day would someone take the XR?
They would take the XR twice a day.
Okay, and what about the regular Focalin?
Well, I'm sorry, the XR is once a day. It has a longer activity. The shorter acting one is twice a day. Its activity is about 4 hours compared to the longer one, which is 8 to about 10 hours.
Okay, and did you review any of the records regarding the filling of prescriptions for Focalin?
I did.
Okay, and with a cert, I'm going to ask. CBS records.
What did you say before 5I? What did you say?
With a certification.
Okay, thank you. Is there any objection from the state?
No objection.
All right, defense 5I. For identification, which is a composite exhibit, including a business record certification, will be received as defense 54.
So when Nikolas was receiving the Focalin prescriptions, do you know how many pills each prescription would have in it?
If it was the IR, it was 60, so the immediate release was 60. There was one time when there was 90 that I recall, but other than that, it was 60.
Okay, so if he was receiving prescriptions for 60 pills, that should last him how long?
That should last 1 month.
Okay, and did your review of the CBS records indicate that that was being filled every month?
No, it did not.
How often was it being filled?
It was sporadically being filled. There were some times where it would be filled 1 month after another, and then there were times where it would be maybe 4 months difference, and even beyond that.
So what would happen if a child who's taking Focalin only once a day, say took it in the morning, what would happen later in the day?
Well, the effects of the drug would wear off, and the child wouldn't have the benefit of the medication later in the day.
Did you review any other pharmacy records?
There was one record from Walgreens that contained 2 prescriptions.
I'm going to ask 5H to be entered. We have certification on that one.
State, do you have any objection?
No.
Okay, without objection, defense composite exhibit 5H will be received as defense 55.
And what did the Walgreens records show?
There were 2 medications. One is for ibuprofen, which most people know is it's a generic type of Motrin for inflammation, aches and pains, to take down a fever. The other one is a Focalin as well. It's an immediate release, and it's for number 30 that were prescribed in August the 15th of 2017.
Okay, and did you see from your review of the CVS or Walgreens records that any other prescriptions for Focalin or any of the other medications were filled after August of 2017?
No other medications.
In your opinion, did Nikolas respond well to his medication regimen?
Well, outside of that one time in the 5th grade, it's hard for me to assess that because the medications weren't filled regularly. It's hard to assess any efficacy unless one knows that the directions are being followed by the doctor and the medications are taken as directed. And further, when Nikolas saw Dr. Nagin, he saw him for a total of 6 years, and he was at the doctor's office 13 times over a 6-year period. And there was 1 year, and it was from the time period of March 2013 to April of 2014, and that's 13 months where Nikolas wasn't even seen at the doctor's office. So it's hard to assess his progress when he isn't followed up at the doctor's office.
Okay. Now, you said, you told us in the beginning that you also reviewed records of his current medication.
Correct.
Okay. And is he currently taking a medication?
Yes, he's currently taking medicine.
Okay. And what is he taking?
He's taking a couple of medications. One is called Zyprexa or olanzapine.
Okay, and what is that for?
So that medication, that is in the class of antipsychotic medications. It has an approved use for schizophrenia, for bipolar disorder, and schizoaffective disorder, which is used for people who have abnormal thought disorders and or abnormal mood disorders.
Okay. And what are some of the effects or side effects of it?
So the effects can be a reduction in the abnormal or dysfunctional thinking, regulation of the mood, by the way it affects neurotransmitters in the brain. There can be a whole host of adverse effects, which one considerably is how it affects somebody's sedation, so it can put somebody to sleep. It can cause dry eyes, dry mouth.
Okay, so it has a sedating effect?
Yeah, very sedating.
Okay. May I have a moment, Judge?
You may. I don't have any more questions, Doctor. Thank you. Okay, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Dr. Scully.
Good afternoon.
So I know you just went over Dr. Nagin's records a little bit, so I want to start and focus on those. You'd agree with me that Dr. Nagin treated the defendant 5 to 6 years before the shooting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he is a psychiatrist?
Yes, he is.
Okay. So the first visit that the defendant had was in the beginning of 2012?
Yes, it was January 25th, 2012.
Okay. And for that year, there were 5 visits total?
There were 5 visits total for that year, correct?
Okay. Would you say approximately every 2 to 3 months apart?
Yes, about 2.5 to 3 months apart, correct.
And during each of those visits, there were some minor adjustments to the medications?
The first visit, the doctor actually increased the risperidone, and then afterward, mother came back and said he was not taking it. So I wouldn't say that was minor. Nikolas stopped taking that medicine.
Well, didn't the doctor then prescribe something in addition to that?
He did. Then he prescribed the clonidine.
Okay. So I'm saying adjustments, a little bit of this, a little bit more of that, maybe remove one, add one over the course of that 2012 year. Is
Right.
that a fair statement?
Well, yes.
Okay. And during each visit, Dr. Nagin noted his observations of the defendant, correct?
Yes, he did.
And during every visit during that year, he indicated that his thought process was linear, correct?
On some of them, yes. That was the language that was used. Yes.
No delusions.
Correct.
No hallucinations.
Correct.
Full eye contact.
Yes.
And no suicidal ideations.
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree with me at that time the defendant was 13, 14 years old?
Yes, he was. Correct.
Okay. Moving into 2013, there was only one visit that year. That was March 5th, 2013, correct?
Right.
But you're aware that during that year, the defendant was also getting treatment at Henderson?
Yes, he was seen at Henderson.
Okay. And there was only one adjustment to the medication that year?
I believe that there was a second adjustment, and that was a clonidine, even though there was no visit.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I forgot to ask, in that 2012 year, there were approximately 23 prescriptions filled throughout that year.
And there may be 23 prescriptions filled. I didn't count the number.
Okay. And back to 2013, again, Dr. Nagin wrote down his observations of the defendant during his visit, correct?
Right. He writes down his observations through what the mother tells him and what he senses through Nikolas. That is correct.
Well, and also, you don't know what conversations he might have had with the defendant himself, correct?
No, I wouldn't know that.
Okay. Again, during that 2013 visit, similar to the 2012, no suicidal ideations, there was eye contact, thought process was linear, correct?
Yes, through that one visit in the year.
Okay, and at that time, the defendant was 14 to 15 years old?
Yes.
Okay. And throughout that year, approximately 18 prescriptions were filled?
Yes, I didn't count the number, but if you say 18.
All right. And now we're in 2014, and there were 3 visits, correct?
Yes, 3 visits.
One in January, one in August, one in December. So one in the beginning, middle, and the end of the year.
Yes.
again, there's some adjustments made to the medications.
Yes, there's some slight adjustments.
Okay. And again, during those visits, Dr. Nagin noted that mood was good, no suicidal ideations, no hallucinations, linear thought process. Correct?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And during the 2014 year, approximately 22 prescriptions were filled.
Okay.
Yes?
Yeah, I didn't count them, so I'd rely on, if you say there were 22, I'll rely on that.
I actually counted them again on your own report, so.
Okay.
And then in those years, 2014, the defendant is 15 to 16 years old.
Yes.
And for all the medications and the prescriptions, you'd agree with me that the last one is filled, the last prescription is filled, really just right before the next visit to Dr. Nagin.
In 2014?
In all the years.
He does fill before the clonidine, I think, was about 1 month before in 2016.
For example, in April of 2014, he had a visit April 1st, and the prescriptions, the last one was filled on August 2nd, and then the next appointment is August 25th. So within 30 days of that last prescription is the next visit to Dr. Nagin.
Right, so it is fairly close.
Okay. And now in 2015, again, meds are adjusted slightly.
Right, he's only taking clonidine in the evening.
Okay, and he's, according to Dr. Nagin, he's doing well. His mood, he's actually doing well in school. There's no side effects, no hallucinations, no suicidal ideations, and he indicates his insight and his judgment are okay. Is that correct?
Right, right. There's huge gaps in when he sees Nikolas. There, and that's what I was pointing out.
Well, that's not my question.
Yeah,
It's just,
I know.
In his 2015 visit, he did indicate that, and then over that year, 6 prescriptions are filled from the August 20th, 2015 visit to the end of the year. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was that question?
So we're on the August 20th, 2015 visit.
Yes.
Until the end of the year, there were 6 prescriptions that were filled.
Yes.
Okay. And the defendant is now 17 years old.
Yes, right.
Okay. And then in 2016, this would be the next visit. That's February 22nd. The medications are adjusted again, and Dr. Nagin indicates again, mood is fine, linear thought process, no hallucinations, no side effects, no suicidal ideations. Correct?
Yes, he does.
Okay. And during the 2016 year, 9 prescriptions are filled.
Right, but one of those prescriptions is an antipsychotic.
Okay, I'm just asking how
Right.
many prescriptions.
Yep. Okay.
And now the next visit, November 3rd, 2016, the defendant is now 18 years old and he's an adult, correct?
By age, yes.
Okay. And when he went to that November 13th visit, it was made clear that he did not want to be on Referral or any medication in that class of medications, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he's an adult, and that's his choice, correct?
It says his mother did not want him to be on that.
Well, so there's
right.
2 adults, Linda and
Right.
Nicholas, in the doctor's office, and an adult is saying we don't want to be on this medication anymore.
Okay, well, that's what I have. His mother said she did not want him back on risperidone or any
he's
other
an adult,
medications
though.
in the class.
If he wanted to be on it, he could have opted to be on it.
Okay, I'm not arguing with you. I wasn't there, but that's what I have written is that his mother said she didn't want him on it.
Okay, can an 18-year-old make the election to say, no, I do want to be on this?
Sure, they can.
Okay, and that was not done.
I don't know what was done. I just have written that's what his mom said.
And during that visit, the same thing, Dr. Nagin noted he was doing well, his insight and judgment were fine, There's no side effects, no suicidal ideations.
Okay, and tell me where you're referring to when you say everything is fine.
Well, I just meant his mood is good. I basically didn't want to repeat everything that I've been saying, but it's the same line of questioning.
Okay, well, but that's not true, though, because before he gets the oxcarbazepine, the mother said he has defiant behaviors, and she's expressing that there's difficulties, so that's not true.
Hold on, wait. State, let her finish.
But this is not responsive.
Okay, but you can't interrupt her. Go ahead, ma'am.
Oh, so the issue was that, and I have this is what the doctor said, that Nikolas and his mother would like to target his defiant behaviors. And the doctor says, I feel the defiant behaviors are correlated with this difficulty in expressing emotions and feelings, which are characteristic of individuals with social skills related issues. So that's why the doctor wanted to prescribe the trileptal or oxcarbazepine to an attempt to try to target these kind of behaviors. So everything wasn't fine.
According to Dr. Nagin, I'm not asking you what Linda and Dr. Nagin talked about. Dr. Nagin wrote in his report of his observations of the defendant, mood is described as good, no suicidal or homicidal ideations, no alcohol or illicit drug usage, appropriate eye contact, thought process linear, no delusions or hallucinations.
Oh, okay, what date was that? Because I don't see that.
We're on the last visit.
Okay, well, I was on November the 3rd, 2016.
State, don't interrupt the witness, please. Wait till she's finished, and then you can talk. Go ahead.
So this was the visit on November 3rd, 2016. Nikolas is 18, as you say, and he's now 11th grade at Douglas High School. And it says Nikolas having defiant behaviors in school, including getting into physical altercations with peers at school. And then the doctor says, when I ask about this, he appears remorseful and states he understands the importance of not engaging in such behaviors. So that, and then you're right when you say affect is full range, mood is good, thought process is linear, no delusions or hallucinations. But I think you missed that first part here.
Well, I was asking what his observations were, and that's what I was referring to as I have been throughout the different visits, and that he's physically observing him and having conversation with him, and so this is what he dictates is what his observations are. This conversations between him and his mother is not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you about how he was observed by Dr. Nagin.
So you're asking just what the doctor sees right in front of him at the time, and you're discounting what information was conveyed at the time. So yeah, I'll agree with you. What the doctor saw was what he reported, but there's critical information that's reported at this visit.
Okay, but again, you don't know the conversation he's also having with the defendant, because that's not enough. These are his observations of the defendant.
Okay.
So now moving on to 2017, which I think we kind of already covered. And this is on August 14th, 2017. Correct?
Okay, and what is the question?
And I asked you if that was the date of the last visit.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And now the defendant is almost 19.
Yes.
And he is working at the dollar store. According to Dr. Nagin, again, his mood is described as good, no suicidal or homicidal ideations, appropriate eye contact, thought process linear, no delusions or hallucinations, insight and judgment are fair. Correct?
Okay, as you read them, yes.
Okay. And then we see the last prescription was filled on, I think it must have been August 4th. The last medication was prescribed and dispensed on August 15th, 2017?
Correct.
Okay. And leading up to the incident, presumably the defendant was not on any other medication, correct?
Correct.
And again, he's an adult, and it's his choice to be on medication if he wants to be.
Yes.
And would you agree with me that over this 5 years, this is a rather gradual decrease in prescription fills and visits? It wasn't anything abrupt. It was over time. We see starting from 2012, 23 prescriptions down to the last year where we don't see many at all, correct?
Right. It was a decline of prescriptions.
Okay. And over that period of time, there was adjustments made, correct?
Right. There were some adjustments made.
And there was monitoring of the medication.
Right. Although there was large gaps in when Nikolas was seen.
But during those gaps, he was still picking up prescriptions.
Yes, he was picking up prescriptions.
Okay.
Irregularly.
And the defendant was diagnosed with ADHD as a 6-year-old child? Or 5-year-old child?
As a 6-year-old, correct.
Okay. And so now this is 13 years later, correct?
Yes.
He's obviously older, he's more mature, and has spent some years learning how to communicate better. Would you agree with me?
I would imagine. I can't tell you what his level of communication is.
So, but it's certainly okay for a patient or the defendant to decide to say, look, I want to wean off all of this stuff. I feel good, I don't need to take it. Correct?
Patients can do as they please. Yeah, you're right, they can.
All right. All right, I want to move into a different topic of regarding the alcohol and substance abuse that you testified to on direct. You did review the birth records, obviously, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And the defendant was a full-term baby, correct?
Yes.
He was a normal birth weight at 6 pounds, 4 ounces?
Correct.
And all the drug screens that you reviewed would be the adoption records were negative, correct?
There was one that I did not have the results on, and it was the August the 8th of 1998. And there was questionable information, and the results weren't given, and the mother then goes into a rehabilitation center.
Are you referring to page 111 of the adoption record?
Yes.
Okay. And is this when this was a conversation about not knowing what the test results were going to be for the birth mother?
Correct.
Okay. So that's your only thing you saw regarding just not knowing whether results were going to be positive or negative?
Yes.
And everything else that was in the adoption records indicated that the screens were negative?
Correct.
And you did indicate that you read there was some information that was self-reported by the birth mother and her alcohol consumption?
Correct.
And that was that she consumed some beer up to 5 weeks, up to the 5 weeks of her pregnancy.
I had read it was the first 3 months.
The first 5 months?
3 months.
First 3 months, that's what she self-reported?
Yes.
And did you get information, you didn't read any information that was only up to 5 weeks?
No.
And the bottom line is we don't really know how much alcohol was consumed in this case, do we?
No.
And we don't know
hard to obtain that kind of information.
Sure. And we don't know for how long it was consumed?
At least 3 months.
Based on Brenda's self-reporting?
Based on her self-reporting, correct.
Okay. And so all we can say is that there's possible exposure in the first trimester of her pregnancy?
Based on the self-report, yes.
Okay. And the birth mother was in a treatment facility?
Yes.
And You'd agree with me that it's not uncommon for women to drink during their pregnancy and still have a perfectly healthy baby.
Yeah, they can have a perfectly healthy baby. That is true.
As to the meconium staining, you indicated on direct that that's the first bowel movement of a baby within its first few days of life.
Yes.
And that contains obviously a lot of metabolic waste products.
Correct.
Okay. And is it your understanding that that can go as far back as the second trimester, perhaps even the first, because is it when the fetus is able to swallow, and so that reflex permits the amniotic fluid to start being ingested?
It would not go back to the first. It could go back to the second.
Okay. And the meconium test in this case was negative, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And you said on direct that that doesn't mean she wasn't using, but the flip side of that is doesn't mean she was either, correct?
Right.
And in fact, you don't need really a whole high-level concentration to get a result, do you?
Of drug to get a result?
No, because you mentioned that some of the meconium had escaped, and my question is whether even a low concentration can produce valid results.
I'm not sure I follow you. Can you
You
repeat that?
indicated on direct that some of the meconium had escaped?
Right, it was released in the amniotic fluid. There was meconium staining, correct.
Okay, so my question is just that it doesn't require a high concentration to get back a valid result, even with that little bit escaping.
A high concentration of?
The meconium.
It's not the meconium, it's the drug. Maybe I'm still not understanding what your question is.
In other words, that can still contain compounds from the exposure, even if it's not a whole lot.
The amniotic fluid?
No, the meconium.
Yeah, there's different levels of drugs that can be contained in the meconium, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
And you don't know what the level was in this case?
No, I don't.
Okay. And the defendant was not born with neonatal abstinence syndrome, which would be basically would apply to any substance, including alcohol.
So as far as I know, no. Neonatal abstinence, mostly to opiates. There are effects from other drugs, but mostly the abstinence is opiate related.
But it includes alcohol.
Certain effects would be seen from babies that are exposed to alcohol and cocaine.
And he did not have that syndrome.
From what I know, the baby was jittery, but didn't have any changes in vital signs that were significant.
He wasn't diagnosed with that. He wasn't put in the ICU or the NICU or anything that you read, correct?
No.
Okay. And are you aware of any of the facts in this case?
Facts relating to what?
Did you watch the defendant's video that he made before the shooting, in which he announced to the world he was going to be the next mass shooter and wanted to kill at least 20 people?
No, I did not see that.
Okay. Were you aware that he had searched the web to plan this event to the extent that he needed to know the bell schedule?
I had heard about it, but I didn't look at that information.
You wear the clothes that he wore so that he could blend in with the crowd?
Objection, Judge. I don't know what this has to do. She's a pharmacologist.
Sustained.
Judge, I can go sidebar and explain the
Okay.
relevance. The acts that I just went over, those are focus goals. They're outcome-oriented.
Sustained. Move on, please.
To your knowledge, everything after the last visit with Dr. Nagin, leading up to February 14, 2018, the defendant wasn't on any medication, correct?
After August the 15th of 2017, he wasn't on any other medication.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that would be up and including February 14th, 2018, to your knowledge.
I'm sorry, say that again?
So he wasn't on any medication, and after that last prescription that was filled?
Right, the last prescription, so that would have been a 30-day prescription, so that would have been, if taken every day, that would have been 5 months without medication.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Okay. Mrs. Curtis, anything else?
So the state asked you about alcohol use, and you testified that through Brenda's self-reporting, it was the first 3 months.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And did you also have an opportunity to review some information from Carolyn Deakins?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did her information indicate to you drinking beyond 3 months?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And did you review any information from Danielle Woodard?
Yes, I read Danielle's affidavit.
Okay. And did that indicate to you drinking far beyond the first 3 months of pregnancy?
Yes, Danielle indicated that her mother was drinking Cisco.
Okay. Now, you were asked on cross-examination about visits with Dr. Nagin.
Yes.
Okay. And through your review of the notes, and what was highlighted in that cross-examination was Dr. Nagin thought he was, I believe her words were, doing fine during the visits. Is that right?
Well, that wasn't the whole substance of the entire visit. There were components of it where Nikolas was in front of him, and collectively he looked fine, but there were concerns in these visits of issues at school, behavioral issues, of these emotional dysregulation events, and problems with him self-soothing or being able to contain his behavior. So that seemed to be the essence of his behavior.
Okay. So the reference to him being fine, that was the mental status exam that's done, is that right, when you go to see a psychiatrist?
Right.
Okay. So from your review of the records, did it appear that Dr. Nagin was aware that the Henderson Youth Emergency Team was responding to their home multiple times at that time period?
No, I did not see that in the records.
Okay. And did it appear from your review of the records that Dr. Nagin was made aware that the police were responding to the home numerous times?
No, I did not see that in the records.
Okay. And did it appear that Dr. Nagin was aware of these behaviors, and this is Defense Exhibit 37, that he was aware that Nikolas continues to be aggressive and destructive, destroyed a television set, used a hatchet to chop a dead tree, destroying furniture, and that the school wrote a letter to him expressing their concern? Did he seem to be aware of that in his records?
No, my understanding is that
I'm going to object.
Grounds, no sidebar. Okay.
That's fine. I don't have any more questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You are excused. Defense, when you're ready, call your next witness.
That's our last witness today.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you very much for your time and attention. You should have received an updated schedule on your chairs, which just remind you of some of the dates and times that I have told you about. There was an update for tomorrow, start time, so please pay close attention to that. Other than that, have a good evening, have a safe drive home, and please remember the admonition that you may not discuss the case with anyone, including your close friends and family members. Please report any incident where somebody tries to approach you or discuss the matter with you, which hopefully they will not do. And other than that, leave your notepads behind, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you. Okay, the jurors have been excused. We are in recess, and I'll see everyone tomorrow. Thank you.